Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. So, it's some people knew that it was coming. And before people happen to get started, for any of those other groups that I have primarily talked about through the course of live streams and videos, it is best that you pretty much stay quiet and you stay directly in your lane. Because as stated before, all you got to do is leave me alone, and I'm not even focused on you. Because clearly, the Black community is focused directly on the Asian community because of the things that are being stated yet again, once again, when it deals with this nonsense, right? So we have two different comments from folks who wanted to make some short videos specifically about this topic in Black Americans. The one at the top said, should we boycott Black businesses because Crips and Bloods terrorize and kill and rob innocent people? No, right? So why boycott Asian businesses? That don't even make any type of sense. So, when it deals with Rick Child, whatever the dude's name is, and he took the life of a young Black American male, right? 14 14, right? Back in, I think they said 2023, and they just now decided to, re-release or do the trial and everything of the sort, right? Again, everything is planned. So we found out that, of course, the courts were going to say that he is not guilty, right? The same thing that they did to Latasha Harlins back in the 90s. And this is the deft response of somebody who decided to want to speak on the topic. Again, somebody who's not even Black American. He wants to compare what happened here to the Crips and Bloods and basically say, well, if we're going to boycott Asian Americans for what it is that happened there to Black people, then we should, in response, go out there and boycott Black businesses because of the Crips and Bloods. I don't even know where the Crips and Bloods are located. I'm Black American, grew up in a Black community. I could not go through Detroit and be like, yeah, that's Crips and Bloods right there. Like, what do people specifically think whenever it is that it deals with Black folks and you got some gangs directly out here? Y'all act like that everybody can specifically pinpoint where these folks are and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. And then on top of that, your explanation, your def explanation on this topic is pretty def, because what happened here is that an Asian American took the life of a young Black boy, 14, right? Bottles not even on him, in the refrigerator. He got chased directly out of the store by two Asian men. He was far enough away from the store. He was not a danger to you, to your wife, to your son. You guys decided to chase him. And then lo and behold, y'all sat up there and pulled out a gun and y'all took his life. Right. And not to mention that this is not the first time that Rick Child ended up, going directly after Black patrons or whatnot or whatever, getting into a brouhaha and all of this other type of stuff. Right. So again, this person wants to generalize something that is happening by a minority within the Black community. But when we look at the Asian communities primarily have businesses set up within Black communities. They don't really have businesses set up in all white communities. They may live there because white people allow them to live there, but it has been stated that, hey, in order for them to actually have a business, we're not going to allow you to open up and have all of these Asian businesses, Asian only and Asian working businesses in white communities. We'll give you loans. We'll allow you to establish brick and mortar businesses, right? But it has to be in other communities, more so specifically in Black communities. So this is why you can go to Black communities and you see Asians with, in some instances, they have markets. They'll have gas stations. They got convenience stores or corner stores, right? They'll have all of these things. But when you go into the white communities of which they are part of, that they give those Asian dollars, those Black dollars that then get washed and turned into Asian dollars, right? When they spend that Asian money in those white communities, do you think white people are like, yeah, open up your businesses here. We want Asians to open a business here. No, no. No, they don't, right? And then you got another one at the bottom taking a pretty dumb take. She was like, me watching the Black community turn on Asian Americans once again. Why do you think that the Asian Lives Matter movement was so short-lived? What group of people were attacking Asian Americans during COVID? It wasn't us. Who was the man in power at the time that sat up there and said that the pandemic was a Chinese virus? It came from China. Who said that? Because last time I checked, it wasn't Black Americans. It wasn't Black Americans. It was not Black Americans at all. And like I said before, it's crazy to look at folks. Uh, directly out here wanting to specifically say that, oh yeah, it was black Americans. Yeah, yeah. Uno number one. It was black Americans out here attacking the Asian community. That's wild. Wild. 1000%. This is why I set up and said that black Americans, we don't got no friends directly up out here. We don't. We do not at all. Like I said, completely dumb takes. But let's get more so directly into a lot of these videos. And again, I got another Asian American. I'm going to replay his video from the last few days or so. But he had another video of which he magically deleted. And I wonder why. Let's take a listen.
For all those Asian-owned businesses, the incident what happened with South Carolina with Mr. Chow, please be on guard, because it's just like the pandemic all over again. They're gonna target Asian people and play victim again about how they were slaves for 400 freaking years. So please, Asian-owned businesses, Asian people in general, please stay safe, please stay alert, and treat them like it was COVID. Stay 6 feet away from them.
Now, ain't that something? Ain't that something? Like, that is 1000% crazy how this dude, and again, he's Asian, and he decided to sit up there and say that, oh yeah, you got to treat the blacks like you did back during COVID. All they're going to do is sit up there and come through and attack us after this didn't basically happen. Like, remember the LA riots? I have clips from the LA riots, and it was specifically stated that it was Latins that were going out there and attacking Asian businesses. Color me surprised. But somehow, some way, that got swept directly under the rug when they dealt with the news, even still to this day. And people are like, oh yeah, it was black people. They were attacking the Asians. They were going directly after Asian businesses and yada 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 and whatnot. I'm like, that is crazy. It's crazy how people decide to rewrite history in order to fit some type of narrative where you want to paint and have black Americans as the poster child when it deals with these things. And again, you have this Asian man directly up here saying, "Oh yeah, treat the blacks, like it was like back, during the pandemic. Stay 6 feet." Whew. Yo, Asian community. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. This is the generalization right here. For the Asian community directly out there, y'all are really a minority in this country, and you're going to let one of your own run his mouth so hard that he is going to mess it up for your own community. Y'all don't have businesses. Y'all don't have hundreds of thousands of businesses or 100,000 businesses directly throughout white communities. Let's be honest. Y'all got a lot of y'all business. The greater percentage, the higher percentage of the majority of your businesses are in black communities. So I want you all to know that because this man is running his mouth and he is representing the Asian community, he is talking to his Asian people directly out there and telling them what to do and how to move. He is going to single-handedly mess it up for a lot of you guys, especially y'all that got those beauty shops and those beauty supplies. But like I said, I've been telling black women for the longest time possible that, hey, y'all don't need to be going to those beauty supplies and those nail shops. I've been saying it for the longest time possible. But the one thing that I love so much is that I love honesty. And if more people like this Asian dude would come out to the forefront and speak with their chest completely out, I will respect that and I will honor that. And whatever you say, like, hey, you want us to stay away from you, you want us to not buy from you, you want us to not patron, no problem. I got you. I see you. But like I said, in order for this to really be a thing, black people, black Americans have to see more of this. It has to be in abundance, because what's going to happen is that you're going to have black Americans out there. They're still going to be wishy-washy. They're going to be like, well, I don't agree with the person said, but at the same time, this is only one part. See, it has to be more, because there's too many black Americans out here that think that, okay, well, I'm going to look at this from an individualistic, standpoint, that this is just one individual amongst the thousands in the nah, because no other group looks at you that way. I don't care how eloquent you speak. I don't care what degrees you have. I don't care if you went to Princeton, Harvard, Oxford, Yale. I don't care. I don't care what car you drive. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care what words you know throughout the dictionary or how you pronunciate every single word. It don't matter. When you go to other places, those folks are going to look at you as a monolith. They're going to look at you as a group. It don't matter how you try to divide whatnot or whatever. Didn't Oprah teach a lot of black folks that? Oprah sat up there and took a plane, went over to Europe. She wanted to buy like a purse or something during that time. And the shop was like, "We're not selling you a purse." Yeah, they told her that it didn't matter that she was Oprah. It didn't matter how much money that she sat up there and had. They were racist as all get out. And they was like, "Yo, we got a right to be racist. We don't sit up there and sell to blacks no matter how much money you got, and you're not getting that from us." So I'm a little bit confused on how you got black folks out here that want to try to treat this as a individual type of thing when around the world they don't look at you that way. They don't treat you that way. Like I said, that's crazy to me. That's diabolical. Like I said, the richest of the richest, a black woman, Oprah, got hit with racism. And she didn't get no get back from that. You didn't hear Oprah's like, "Oh, well, I'm about to sit up there and buy up this whole purse shop and whatnot or whatever. Y'all going to sit up there and respect." Nah, they ain't happen. It was a one and done thing. Like I said, she might have got that one win directly when it dealt with Texas dealing with the red meat and all that. She might have got that win directly there, but she didn't get that win over there in Europe. It don't matter how long her money stretched. It didn't matter. Those Europeans did not care. They was like, "Hey, we don't deal with the blacks." So, you might be able to get away with this in America buying purses from our stores or whatnot or whatever, but you're not about to do this here. Like I said, man, yo, a lot of y'all gonna sit up there and learn something. Like I said, more of this need to sit up. Like I said, ramp up a lot of this racism. Let this keep going. Let this keep going. Let all of these people start speaking honestly with their chest, because a lot of black folks need to wake up. They need to start looking around. Too many folks are sitting comfortable because they got people of a variety of communities directly amongst them, and you think that means that they're invited to the cookout and that they family. Nah, because just because they cool with you don't mean that they cool with you outside. When they with their own people, when they with their own family, when they speak in their own languages, when they at their own cookouts, when they at their own barbecues, you think they talking highly of you in your community? No, they not. But while they're talking bad about you, they're using the way of which you speak in order to communicate, which is crazy to me. But yet they don't like you. Like I said, black people are far too comfortable with a lot of people, and they've made a lot of people far too comfortable to be amongst them and to say whatever it is that they want to say. So let's keep going.
Black community says let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners, the laundromats. Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well. Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear, the shower caps, the Hondas, the Hyundais, all your car electricians, the electronics in your house, the Sony, the TV system, your sound system, the microphones that you guys use to rap and speak about awareness for the black culture and the hip hop culture. Where do you think that's made in? That's made all in Asia. And here's another thing for you guys. You guys want us to leave the neighborhood so bad? Oh, Asian people are in our neighborhoods? We're in white neighborhoods. We have our own Chinatown. We have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit off and make money? A lot of us do go to college as well. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed? Go to the bank, start your own businesses, and deal with your own people. I want to see your own women get on their hands and knees and do pedicures and manicures and deal with nasty ass attitudes, okay? Please, boycott Asian business. I'm all for it.
See, I actually think a lot of people think it's like a superiority thing, but I almost think if we're associated with a white person, then we won't get mistreated anymore, because it's like we get to hide behind them.
I can kind of see what you're saying. I don't.
So we were able to see that, correct? Right. And the other thing that I love so much about the Asian community, like one of the clips I would always play in a lot of my videos, where Asian folks say that they don't want to report a lot of the crimes that happen directly to them because they don't want to have copycats. They want to keep a low profile. They want to keep their heads down so that other people don't look at them and be like, okay, well, if one person attacked the Asians, we're all going to sit up there and attack the Asians, right? Asians don't want to sit up there and speak whenever white people happen to do stuff. And I want to note that historically speaking, white folks have always gone after and said the most abhorrent and negative things towards Asian folks. But you got to pay attention to how Asians never actually call that stuff out, because they're right there with white supremacy. So if we look directly at this information here, it says that white perpetrators and broader society studies analyze news reports and law enforcement data, such as those conducted by the Virulent Hate Project, show that a significant majority of perpetrators identified in media reports of anti-Asian harassment are white. Is often tied to historical yellow pearl xenophobia. So you got white folks out here that are xenophobic towards Asians, but yet you don't see white people ever calling this out or actually talking about it, right? They went directly to the White House to get the, stop the Asian hate. You had the Koreans out there, you had the Chinese out there, you had everybody that was Asian and popular and whatnot or whatever. And also during that timeline, because of Stop the Asian Hate, right? They were on this nice little train for about a year and a half to like 2 years. They were winning awards and everything was getting publicized, everything that was Asian, right? They had their high moment there, all of that, right? Their moment in the sun. And then that died down and it went right back to normal. And you see the exact same demographic who was going after the Asian community, but the Asian community never has a voice. They never have their chest out. They never want to be bold to speak up against that. They always want to make these videos, go on TikTok, go on YouTube, and do all this other type of stuff and speak on Black Americans. Like I said, Asians, I get it. Y'all think that y'all white, but y'all not. You because you're in close proximity to whiteness, you think that you are white, and you're not. You will never be. You're accepted. You may have a little bit of a acknowledgement, right? They may allow you to be there, but that does not mean that you are white. And y'all still have not gotten this. Y'all still have not gotten this. Like I said, white people done put you into internment camps historically. What's happening? And y'all got all of this voice directly for us. They put y'all in internment camps, both for the Chinese and the Japanese. Why y'all ain't speaking? Why y'all not talking about, remember those times? Remember the times. Why y'all not doing that? While people are reminiscing about historically, things that happened to them, I never see Asians coming up online talking about, never forget when white people put us in internment camps in the United States. Never, I never see y'all saying that. Oh, that's right, because you think that you're white. You don't want white hostility to come directly towards you or your community. That's crazy. That's diabolical. 100%. I saw somebody white in the comment section sit up there and say, so this is the anti-white channel. I guess whatever you want to sit up there and call it. Like I said, whenever it's a little bit of heat pointing directly at white folks, y'all sit up there and want to say that something is anti-white. Yeah, and I just want to note that's something that y'all just recently made up. Because now it's getting to a point in time where everybody can research and people can happen to look at history and documentation, and word is being spread. It's not being held in any type of prestigious libraries like the Smithsonian or whatnot or whatever, where it's all of these older books that actually have the real truth, the real history directly in them. It's like, no. We can now just look at stuff digitally, and we can now just take what we need and put that directly out there, because those are not the things that were ever reported to us when it deals with history class, when it deals with middle school, elementary, high school, and even some instances, college, right? We got a lot of doctored historical data directly out there that leaves out the atrocities, that leaves out the abhorrent, nasty, disgusting details when it deals with Europe. So the moment in time that we say a little bit of something, here comes somebody like, oh, this is an anti-white channel. Oh my God, I can't believe this. This anti-white hate is ridiculous. Yo, historically speaking, like, for anybody else that's white sitting in the background and you feel and you're clutching your pearls at this moment in time, it'd be like that. This is what Black people have to do, deal with historically. Again, this is a Tuesday for us. Me just sitting up here on this live stream talking like this, this is your whole life. Like, that's crazy. Y'all can't handle a little bit of heat. Wherever it is that Europeans have touched, there's always been disease. There's been things being exterminated. There's been things led into, very low numbers of populations. There's been a lot of things that have taken place on a variety of land masses. The only landmass, on the face of this planet that has said no is Australia, because for whatever reason, God was like, you know what? I see that y'all are messing up stuff everywhere else. I'm just going to make this area of Australia where you're not just going to be able to just mess it up. Everything there is just meant to kill. So you got spiders, you got centipedes, you got flies, you got mosquitoes, you got man of wars, surfing throughout the ocean on the outside. Y'all got stingrays, manta rays, all types of sharks directly out there. Y'all got prehistoric things out there. So, this is how it be. This is how it be. Like I said, look at every other continent and look at Australia. That's all I'm saying. Somebody in the universe is like, yeah, we're not going to allow you to do what you did everywhere else around the world. And they did that. I'm just saying. But it be like that. Yo, what's up, Pink? What is up? What is going on? What is it? Sonny said the Amazon is like that too. I mean, the Amazon is sort of kinda like that, but slowly but surely they're doing like the whole thing of deforestation in the Amazon. Like I've been watching that happen for quite some time. They've been working on deforestation and trying to, poison a lot of stuff, directly there and everything of the sort. So, somebody said don't even give him any energy, act as if they don't exist. No. Like I said, when you act as something don't exist, that's how the problem gets worse. Case in point, now it's going to deal with the same point, but some people are going to get what I'm saying, right? So that's like if somebody basically suffers from cancer and it's cancer, but you're like, hey, I'm going to ignore this because maybe then the cancer will go away. You ignore it, it's going to go from malignant or whatever, and then it's going to go to stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and then stage 4, and then you're at stage 5, which is darkness. And so it's like that's what it's going to be. So at a point, I get what people say when it's like, hey, just ignore racism, just ignore this, and just act like it doesn't exist. Yeah, you do that, and then all of that gets thrown into an echo chamber, and now the voice or whatever it is even louder. Now you can't ignore it. So instead of you dealing with it when it was first starting, you're now going to deal with the mountain of a problem? No. Or you're going to deal with a problem that's now the size of Jupiter? No, you're not. You don't even got the time or the energy. You wouldn't even have enough people. You wouldn't even know where to start. So, I'm just saying it's like ignoring in a lot of instances is not the best way to sit up and do it, but to each is their own. That's all I'm saying. To each is their own, right? So now we're gonna go directly. You said you sent like 2 videos? Okay, I got you. So now let's go to the next video that we have directly up here.
Y'all can boycott. We don't need black people. We don't need y'all business. We have other businesses and we have college degrees, and we have businesses in white neighborhoods. We don't need y'all business. Now, mind you, we're like, okay, then get the out, right? Why are you fighting to stay with the people who don't want you if you don't actually need us? Close that down, pack up shop, and head your across the red line. That's number 1. Number 2, I'm 37 years old, right? And I have been alive for all of the latest trends and things that black women were doing. I know for a fact, and there's not a single Asian person who can say I'm lying. I know for a fact that y'all haven't done but jack trends and innovation from black women. I know for a fact when black women started doing the chunky earrings, right? It was like it was a hoop earring, y'all. Y'all may remember it was a hoop earring with like the different beads and stuff on the bottom of them. Y'all seen black girls buying them from black women who were selling them out their trunks, okay, out their cars, out their houses, at their pop-up shops, and y'all shipped that idea straight to China. And then y'all started selling them at a lower price. The girls were selling the hoop earrings for about $10. The bodycon suits. There were girls who were stitching and making them and selling them at the strip clubs. Y'all know what I'm talking about? The 2-piece bodycon suits. And y'all seen us walking around with them, and y'all shipped that idea straight to China, had them make them and bring them back over here. Okay? All of our nail trends. Okay? Y'all would see it blow up that a black woman was doing them, because yes, we been had nail techs. We been had nail techs. A black woman did it and innovated that style, and y'all would hurry up and learn how to do it, and then y'all would be doing it in your shops for a lower price, because the black woman was charging more to do it, and it wasn't as accessible because there was only a few who knew how to do it. When it comes to the hair industry, I remember before y'all started making lace closures, manufacturing lace closures, there were black women who were making lace closures by hand. By hand. Before y'all started manufacturing 27 pieces, there were black women who would buy the full length hair and they would cut them into the haircut. They would literally pull out the clippers and they would cut it into the haircut. Y'all shipped that idea off to China, and that's where the mother 27 pieces came from. The curly wigs. There was girls who would make them by hand. They would by hand rod set, okay, the hair. And they would cut it off the track, they would rod set it, and then they would stitch the hair into those nets, into the wig cap nets, and then boom, that's a curly wig. And then y'all shipped that idea off to China and y'all started manufacturing. Y'all just ain't did shit but sit in our community and jack our creativity this whole time. I want y'all to come say I'm lying. Call your mammy. Call your stank rot coochie ass mammy and bring her in here to say if I'm lying. Say I'm lying. Bring your long face, slap face uncle and pappy and bring them in here to say if I'm lying. Y'all ain't did shit but swagger jack us for decades. For decades. And y'all actually destroyed black businesses. The man won't sit up here and say, oh, why y'all don't start your own businesses? Every single one of these ladies who were selling their stuff, out of their house, out of their salons, y'all shut their businesses down because you're manufacturing with cheap quality and machines.
Oh, hold on. Who was that? Brad up there? What's up, brother? What's up? Hold on, I got you, brother. Hold on. You say you're sick of blacks like this? I'm sick of white men being pedophiles. How about that one? I'm sick of white men being the highest perpetrators of domestic violence and rape. Shout out to Chris Hansen and Tim Tebow. Because they specifically put out those numbers. Anytime, like I said, I enjoy sitting up there watching Chris Hansen catching predators, because 9 times out of 10, when I happen to see them, they end up being white dudes and sitting up there crying. Military, doctors, judges, with firefighters, whatever, the highest categories of you guys directly about here. It's always y'all committing crimes against the family. And then as soon as y'all sit up there and get caught, oh my God, I don't know what I'm going to do. Please don't tell my wife. Don't tell my family that I was here. Yo, that's crazy. You sitting up here crying. I thought you were white and proud. I thought you were proud of everything, that you do. It got the white stamp of approval. It's like that's crazy to me. How are you sitting up there crying to another white man, on television, because now your whole family, your friends, your basically your life is going to collapse now. Because you decided that you wanted to be with a 14-year-old and you're like in your 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, prominent white male, high paying job, making top dollar, high valued. Like, it's crazy. That's diabolical. But you saying that you tired of blacks. That's wild. That's wild. Yo, hold on, you said y'all can't act right. Yo, Brad, were you saying that when what happened to Charlie Kirk? What happened to Charlie Kirk? Somebody in the comment section, let me know specifically. Was there a black there that did that to Charlie Kirk? Was that within the black community? Was there a black in sight when Charlie Kirk went down? Man down. Was there a black in sight? Was there a black with a gun holding a gat? Gang banging, like, let me know. Was it a Crip in the blood? Like, what was going on? What colors did you see? Colors. Like, what color did you see, Brad? I know what color I saw. I'm just saying, how many blacks were there when Charlie Kirk lost his life? Let me know. Let me know the demographic of people that were there. Bradley, let me know. Let me know for any of the other whites directly here. Let me know how many blacks were on the scene when Charlie Kirk lost his life. Let me know who was the man on the rooftop. As a matter of fact, I don't even know any black snipers. I got to pull the white card for a minute. I didn't even know blacks could snipe. So again, I'm just trying to figure out, because y'all normally say that, we don't have the same amount of armaments or monies that you guys have, nor do we have weapon knowledge and know-how, right? We're not really military based. That's all y'all. Y'all got militant groups. Y'all are a part of the military. Y'all created the military, right? So again, I'm just trying to figure out how many blacks were there and were the cause of Charlie Kirk losing his life. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Bradley, don't get quiet on me now. You was talking all this time talking about the blacks, and you were tired of the blacks, and you were tired of people running their mouth and all this other type of stuff. Do not get quiet right now. Matter of fact, every single time that somebody was coming after Trump, how many blacks did you see there? Let me know. Like, I remember the golf course, right? And then I remember watching in 4K when you had the Secret Service and everybody around. I remember, those people. I remember what happened. That was crazy work. Crazy work, diabolical. Matter of fact, when it deals with J6, when it deals with January 6th, how many blacks were there? Let me know. Let me know from the ghettos and from the what else do y'all like to sit up there and call them? The hoods, the urban areas. Let me know how many blacks were there on January 6th, messing up federal government buildings. Oh, somebody sent them to the shadow realm. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Y'all should have left that man there. I was having fun. I was going to start going through the FBI stats and everything. Oh, that's a shame. It's a shame, Bradley. I'm sorry, brother. Like I said, shout out to RIP to Hulk Hogan. Racist to a point. Racist to a point. It'd be like that, We was just about to have fun. Man, I don't know who sent us to the shadow room. Can't even see it. That's a shame. It'd be like that though. What's up, Brandon B. World? Said you said I'm sick of B Rabbit and B Rad going to be gone to the shadow realm. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Matter of fact, didn't we just have something with Chud the Builder? Didn't Chud the Builder sit up there and pull a cheddar bob and he shot himself with his own handgun? Like, ain't that how that went down? Like, that's great. Like, how you do that? How you a white man? Like, y'all basically create weapons of war, right? Y'all create weapons in order to take lives. How do you specifically have an intent to take a life and you almost take your own with your own weapon? How does that work? What intelligence does that take in order to do that? I know incompetence, but what amount of intelligence, right? Because they always say that black folks, slope foreheads and small craniums, and and the white man is superior because we got the intellect and we got bigger craniums to hold much more brain capacity and got right all of this other type of stuff. But y'all be dying because of the Darwin theory. I'm just a little bit confused. I'm just a little bit confused. Like I said, Chud the Builder, he was out there. He was provoking. He was waiting for something to happen. And then something happened and he got shook and scared. He got all of this testosterone and everything going on through his body. He couldn't control himself. Almost Alec Baldwin himself. It's crazy. That's crazy. But y'all supposed to be the most civilized group directly about here, but you don't see videos of black folks going directly to predominantly white communities and sundown towns and trying to provoke y'all into racist attacks. We don't got time. We don't care about y'all like that. Like I said, y'all will do any and everything in order to get the desired attention that you need because your own people don't even desire you or have the specific attention for you. So that leaves you right at the doorstep of black folks because we always got time. We always, give attention to a variety of people. This is why everybody and their mama is sitting up there getting mad whenever we happen to do a boycott or we say that we're not messing with people no more. Or we're about to separate ways, or we're going to delineate, or whatever it is that we're going to sit up there and do, just keep to ourselves. This is when everybody got the loudest mouths. And I'm like, that's crazy. But I'm like, ain't the United States government deporting everybody? But everybody want to make videos about Black Americans and how it is that we're separating and deleting it. I'm like, I thought y'all said that y'all didn't need us. I thought everybody said that they had their own community, their own money, their own families, their own language, their own culture. And y'all said that Black Americans were not important. What happened to that? Y'all can't even stand 10 toes down on nothing. And that's all of y'all. That's crazy. That is 100% crazy. It's diabolical in nature. But it'd be like that. But let's continue with the rest of this video.
And that young lady was doing it by hand. Y'all some lazy mother, to be honest. And it's so crazy how every time we turn around, there's an immigrant group who says, oh, y'all won't survive without us. Trump didn't think so. He started deporting y'all anyway. And the world still went on. Did it not? Did it not? Because I see people working at the city I'm in, they got so much mother construction. Guess who I see out there? White men and black men. I still see a few Latinos out there, but there's a lot more white men and black men out there. What y'all have to understand is y'all ain't but a cog in the system. The world will go on.
Yep.
The world will go on. Okay? Don't overestimate your value in this country. Okay? Just like with the railroads. The Chinese did not do all the railroads. Black men did the railroads in the South. Black men did the railroads. Black men did 75% of the railroads. Y'all did 25% and want to keep running with that narrative. And want to keep running with that narrative. Okay? Y'all keep on playing and y'all going to have a whole bigger problem than y'all thought. It's going to go past the boycott and it's going to go to us lobbying for them to bring back that Chinese Exclusion Act since y'all forgot where the y'all came from. Have a good day.
Yep. So, and now I got to go back to the previous thing that I stated before, because I ended up getting another comment yet again, and this is a bit of a longer comment, so you got to bear with me quite a bit. So I've listed about 3 videos so far, dealing with the whole aspect of these Asian businesses and how it is that Black women are being treated. And I've covered that over the years, and I've also stated that realistically what should happen, because Black women have the utmost power dealing with that. Black women should pull back their support and their money dealing with a lot of these businesses, because 10 times out of 10, anytime that something happens at a salon, anytime something happens at a beauty shop, is happening primarily and only to Black American women. There was a video out there before that I've covered years ago where a Black woman, she was talking directly to a Asian man who specifically mistreated her in a beauty supply store, and he uppercutted her. And later on, she died directly from that punch from that Asian male, right? And that happened in front of her child. So that's the last memory that little Black child has of her mother, is that Asian man fighting her, and then her mother never woke up. There's been other instances where Black women have been, I guess you can say, in a sense, captured or held against their will in both salons, nail salons and or beauty supply stores, and they've been called to be thieves and or criminals. And you've had groupings of Asians deciding to come out with brooms or whatnot, or whatever, and decide to fight the Black patrons, the Black female patrons, directly right there. Matter of fact, before I even get there, let me just touch on this so that y'all can understand what I'm saying. So the Black woman that I referenced that lost her life, this is pretty much what happened during the same time frame that everything was going down. And I want to note, you got Black men here that are standing up there protesting, and this is what the Asians decided to do because they understood and knew all they got to do is one simple thing and give that to Black women, and that's all that needs to be done, right? So let's just look at this.
Sister, you should not be over there. Did you not? I walked by that. Did you not? He said, you was wrong. You was wrong. You was wrong. You was wrong like you was wrong. You was wrong like you was wrong. You was wrong. Obviously, that's okay. He's like, you walk over. I love you so. I love you. Just like Mr. Julie. He's not what else is to help. Like I said, y'all fucking help that bitch. I help you. Nigga, you ain't help shit. Fuck you help. I was helping you. I was helping you. I was helping you. What did you help? On your phone? Your wallet's over there. Your wallet's over there. I don't give a fuck. I know. My wallet ain't on the ground. Guess what? My wallet's in the car. Okay. We don't need to come back, right? We're here for you. Every dollar we spend. We're here for you, sister. What is your report? What are you here for? Because he beats down us.
So you saw all that aggression, right? And I want to note, you see, let's go back here. You see all of these Black women that are clearly here. So what happened again? Let me reframe this for people, right? So during the time a black woman was mistreated in a beauty supply store, she ended up getting into a verbal argument directly with the owner. The Asian owner came outside on the sidewalk, and then during that verbal incident, he decided to get physical directly with her, and he hit her. And from that fight, from the hit, she later died from that incident. And then what the Asian stores decided to do, they was like, okay, well, to make amends, black women, to say that we're sorry, we got a 50 to a 75% off on hair. So do you happen to see these black women in line trying to protest? Are they holding up signs talking about we're going to shut it down because of how it is that you treat black women? No. What did black women do? They stepped directly over that black woman's dead body, and they went directly up there for that 50 to that 75% off on that hair, because that's the most important thing. So this is why I sat up there and said that when people talk about a sisterhood, I don't believe it, because I watched countless black women over the years just walk directly over the bodies, right, or walk past the injuries of the black women who were filmed being mistreated by either nail techs, Asian nail techs, or beauty shop owners. And I've been watching this directly over the years. And like I said, you got black men sitting up there on the side. They were like, yo, shut this down. They're doing their protest, right? They're not, doing anything extra or whatnot or whatever, but they're sitting there letting people know, like, hey, shut it down. They're not up there trying to physically stop black women. They're not trying to physically pull black, dollars directly out of black women's pockets and saying, you're not getting this back if you plan on. They're not doing none of that. They're sitting to the back. And what type of anger did they receive? Everything. Instead of that woman being mad at the Asians who decide to do this and mistreat black women, what did she decide to do? Oh, I'm about to be angry at black men. She was like, who are you here for? Who are you here for? Who are you here for? What are you doing? Like, all of this anger that didn't even make no type of sense. All of this anger that made no type of sense at all. You should be more angry that you and other black women are spending money with people who do not value you as human beings. They do not see or deem you as human beings. They barely even value your money. So it's like, it's crazy to me. But yeah, this is, again, going back into what I said from a previous live stream. When black men do stand up, right, when they stand directly in those quote unquote leadership positions that people say that all black men need to be at, right? You see the leaders in the positions, but where the followers at? Right? You got black women that sit up there and say that we need black men to lead, but what good is a leader if he don't got nobody else going to follow him? Can you still say that that's a leader? Nah, that's just a man up there doing what he's doing, going by his own beliefs. That's it. You can't say that that's a king. You can't say that that's a leader, because a king normally has people or a community, that he's bringing along with him. A leader normally has followers that he's leading towards, better pastures or, positive areas, and teaching them, uplifting them, and everything of the sort. Again, you got the black men there on the side being supportive for black women, like, yo, we're shutting this down. Don't buy nothing from this place. They mistreat black women. They don't love you. They don't respect you. And those black women are still sitting up there in line. They don't care. They don't care, because beauty is more important. Having a bust down is more important. Like I said, man, I just said, like, all of this is crazy. That's crazy. Wait, I'm a little bit, so what is it? Donna, much love, respect, and appreciation. You said men have to give you something to submit to. So I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. So I put it directly like this, right? You have black men in the community who are, let's say, like, wealthy entrepreneurs, business owners, right? And you got those black men that have donated or helped out black women, right? You would think, as you said before, you was like, hey, men have to give something in order for women to submit. But see, this is the crazy part though, right? I'm a little bit confused, because when it deals with Black men have to give the whole universe in order to have black women submit. But if it's an Asian, an Arab, or an African, or anybody else that is not black American male, nobody's talking about they have to give something to submit. That never happens. That never happens. Like I done seen black women with a basic Brad. He don't got nothing to really give, right? But except I guess his proximity to whiteness, I guess. But other than that, he don't really got nothing to give. He barely got a pot to piss in. But then submitting happens. There's less aggression. There's less emotions. There's less rah rah rah. There's less talk back. There's less aggressive masculine behavior. And he didn't really give you nothing to submit directly to. It was just because he was there. But if you put a black man that is the exact same as that standard issue Brad, it's like, yeah, you're worthless. You ain't nothing as a black man. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't a provider. You're not a father. You're like, I'm just a little bit confused. I'm just a little bit confused. It's a little bit confused. You said let you add context. Okay. You said I came in a little later. All I'm saying is that every man is not a leader. And you said I wish we could talk live because that's not my experience. I mean, hey, I'll put it to you like this, right? If you're going to say in a sense like something positive, the best way for you to do it is to do it directly on TikTok. That's where people go viral, and that's where a lot of videos are actually seen. That'll be if you're going to say anything potentially positive and especially directed towards black men, it's best to put it on TikTok. Because then you're gonna see exactly what it is that I'm talking about. Because the moment in time that you say anything positive about black men and you put that on TikTok, oh boy, you're going to get inundated and you're going to have women in the comment. I mean, of course, it can be a dead video. But if it's not and it starts moving, you're going to see a lot of women that are going to say otherwise. Or if you're lucky, in some instances, you'll have those exact same women who are anti-black men stitch your video, and then they'll list 1,000 different things negative about black men and how it is that you're wrong in whatever opinion that you got. You know, you said in this case, they are right. That's all I'm saying. Um, because like I said before, I put it to you like this, right? You have black men right now that do have platforms and they are positive, right? So you're saying that, men in general, but I'm going to be specific. Black men have to give something in order to have black women submit, right? So you have black men out here that build platforms and it's positive platforms dealing with black men, women, black love, children, building up the community and everything of the sort. I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, you don't have fields of black women going directly to those black men who have specifically positioned and put themselves in those positions to be the stewards of that type of information, to also teach certain types of information, let's say like farming, because we got cross-eyed crickets. That's another moderator that's a part of this channel. They own their own all black farm and everything of the sort. They also got some of the stuff that they have on their farms directly into their stores. So, what I'm saying is for me, I know of black men here that are leaders that have started platforms and they have stuff, quote unquote, to submit to because they have everything that they built. But like I said before, you don't have fields of women that are running directly there, right? Or more specifically, you don't see fields of black women running there. Now, what I can tell you is what I've been able to process and see is that when you have those black men that build those platforms, they put out that information, right? They're placing themselves at the forefront of that, and they're teaching people. A lot of the times that I happen to see folks or women that are interested in that are taking in that information, I see a lot of Becky's, I see a lot of Chun-Li's directly in the comment section. You might even catch, some Indian women and other women directly there first. White women will be primarily the number ones. Whenever they happen to see memo information, they'll be the primary number ones that'll just fluctuate to a dude who got information because they'll just give that a shot. And usually what tends to happen is that once that dude starts to get some little, notoriety or whatnot because of those women, that's when you start to see on the back end, you'll start to see some black women pull up and then start to, jump on the hype train and do this and do that and all this other type of stuff. So that's all I'm saying. Like it's crazy because in my mind, I would think that you would have black women there first before anybody else. But looking at this over the years, that technically doesn't end up being the case, which is sad. So, I don't know. I don't know. But it'd be like that, like I said, to each of their own. Like I said, because I don't want to get nobody confused. I'm not. This is not a black man trying to control black women and tell them what it is that they should and shouldn't do. I've pretty much left that a long time ago, or I've tried my best to sit up there and do that because it doesn't work out. I just let people do do what it is that they want to do. But even when you want to let black women do what it is that they want to do, you still get blamed. So it's like it don't matter. You still lose. So it's like that. You say that what is it? Van Varner, you said many black women are tired of hearing about individual cases of good black men. They want to see black men dominate something other than sports and entertainment. And even in that, they don't own. They don't own. I mean, I guess. I guess the best way to sit up there and put it is that within the black community, and or at least of this time period, as we can clearly see with the discourse that's going directly on online, you don't have a lot of black people that's willing to support black people. So that would then mean if it deals with business, how many black women would be willing? I'm talking about honestly, if we look, and this is the way I'm going to position it, right? Because I want people to pay attention. If we take in everything negative that is being stated every day, all day about black men negatively online, right? We put that directly to the forefront. Now ask yourself, through all of that negativity that you see, right? Black women stating openly to every other race, to every other community with other women of other races or communities, right? When you take that negativity, ask yourself how many black women are going to go out there and to support a black man who starts up a business, or how many of them are going to support black men who open and start up businesses. Just like I said, I'm just looking for people to be honest, because I can already tell you what my answer is. And like I said, I already know it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because like I said, if in comparison you sit up there and place other groups of men directly out there, they don't have to specifically do anything for black women to come patronize their stores. Like I said, white men historically have been targeting and after black women and treating them a certain type of way historically since the inception and before the inception of the United States. But you still see black women submitting and giving money directly to black white corporations and businesses and all this other type of stuff, right? They're not looking for an apology. They're not talking about a femicide rate. They're not talking about like, oh, well, we're not going to do this because historically how you sat up there and treat. No, it's not none of that. It's like, okay, you made this. I like this product. I'm going to sit up there and buy it. If you're a black man, it's like, okay, now it's like, so are black people producing this? Is it in a black warehouse? Are you making this yourself? Is somebody black doing the stitching? Is somebody black doing the tagging, doing the artwork, doing this? Are there black artists? Is it black this? Is it black? Now everything has to be super and ultra black. It has to be 1000% black. But when it deals with any other group, it's like, nah, I don't got the expectation. I don't care if they even hire black people. I'm going to just sit up there and buy. Like the stipulations that black folks sit up there and put on other black folks is crazy. Like I said, McDonald's workers sit up there and disrespect black people all day, every day. They'll roll their eyes and all this other type of stuff, but you'll either still go to that McDonald's or you'll go to another one. If a black business, you have the exact same instance at a black business, what do black people do? Oh, I'm never patronizing this black business ever again. Matter of fact, I'm never patronizing black businesses. That's what happens. So let's not make it seem as though that, if black men were out here doing what not or whatever that black women want black men to do, like black women be out here patronizing it. Nah, there'll be some ridiculous stipulations directly to it. Like, and God forbid you sit up there and hear that he had a bad relationship with the black woman, and he said one thing negative. Oh, y'all gonna boycott that dude. Y'all about to sit up there and ban that man. Y'all gonna make sure y'all gonna dox him, have all his information out there. Y'all gonna make sure that he can't get no dates within the black community by way of black women, and all this is excommunicado directly on that. So let's not sit up here and make it seem as though that black women would just be automatically in love with black men who automatically create entrepreneurial businesses and brick and mortar and all this. Please, let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let's not do it. And then you brought up the whole thing of you're tired of the individual cases of good black men. Let me tell you something real quick, man. At a moment in time, there used to be a such thing as a lot of good men. This is the generalization of dealing with the whole population, right? Because a lot of men are anti-men, they hate men and all this other type of stuff. And they're like, good men don't exist. I'm like, okay, well, that means that every single mother out here that has a son right now, none of their male children are good boys at all. Like, they're just inherently evil. Like, that's what you're in a sense saying, right? But again, that's the energy that women are putting out there. So if you feel a certain type of way about the individual cases about good black men, that is telling me that your energy is jacked up as a woman. Or like I said, I don't know who you are, but I'm just using the case of women, because usually I hear this more times than not from black women. Your energy is jacked up so much as a woman that your vision is clouded and you can't decipher a good man from a bad man. You can't decipher good intentions from negative intentions. You just consider it all the same because you've blinded yourself because of the instances that you've either had or placed yourself directly in. Like I told people before, I was a black man, I can sit up there and tell people that at moments and times that I was in relationships, they were probably red flags. I more than likely ignored them because emotionally I was caught up directly in what I wanted to see in that person and not who that person specifically was or who they really told me that they were in reality, right? I was living in my own fantasy, dealing with emotions because I wanted things to work a certain type of way. So within that, I lied to myself. So what I'm basically saying by me putting that truth out there, you have black women that inherently lie to themselves when it deals with the wrong types or the bad black men directly out here. You have an ideal of what it is that you want to see in this bad or negative type of black guy, and you live in that fantasy and or that reality, no matter what the actual reality is specifically telling you and or clashing directly with. So what I mean by that reality, God, Jesus, Mary, the Holy Trinity, your pastor, your uncle, your daddy, your stepfather, your dead grandfather, everybody in your life could sit up there and tell you that this is the wrong man to sit up there and be with. You'll be like, I don't care what none of y'all have to say. I'm going to be with him. And then when you sit up there and start getting swung on, when you start getting beat on, when you got all of these DV instances that sit up there and happen, and then you end up still staying there, and now you have a child with the same dude that's been DVing you for about 4 to 5 or whatever 10 years, and you have kids. Now your kids got to sit up there and go through that. And then God forbid you have sons, because chances are very great, because stuff tends to happen. A lot of that stuff that happens there, those sons will see in some type of way, shape, or form. They may enact that later on in life. Not because of something that's inherent, but because of something that they were able to witness by way of the mother who stayed specifically in that situation, who could have got out of that situation before even having kids. But like I said, once we start having this conversation, and it's like, hey, you got to start blaming yourself at the end of the day if you can never find a good black man. Now people want to be like, oh no, see, here you go with trying to blame black men or black women and trying to blame us for every single thing. And no, because you are responsible. You are responsible. The only time I'm able to say hi or what's up or to potentially date or court, whatever you want to call it, a black woman is if a black woman is accepting of me. The moment in time that a black woman saw me look the other way, the moment in time that a black woman felt that I was not of value or whatnot or whatever, I had no way of getting into contact with her. So like I said before, a lot of black women don't even understand the power of which that they have when it deals with dating, when it deals with courting and all these other types of things. but yet you understand that power when it deals with how it is that you only want specific men, or you only want to see specific men, or deem them to be worthy or of value of your time and your attention. I'm just, just saying. Just saying. Like I said, if I can sit up there as a black man, I'm like I said, got a platform and everything. If I can honestly sit up there and tell you in a lot of instances and relationships that I've been in, it was like, hey, I'm at fault for some of the things that took place and happened when it deals with me being hurt. I don't understand how difficult it is for black women to do the exact same thing. Every single time you bring up this conversation, black women are like, no, it's never our fault. We're good. We're great. We're like the next to God. We don't do anything wrong. It's always black men, black men, black men, black men, black men. Keep the focus on black men. Keep pointing at black men. Keep looking at black men. Don't look over here. Don't blame us for nothing. We've been blamed for far too much when it deals with this whole planet. And I'm like, if y'all don't get this color purple mess directly up out of here, I'm like, dog, we're in 2026 at this moment in time. I need y'all to stay focused. Stay focused. So this is when it comes directly into this situation here, right? Let me see if I can actually add this directly to the conversation. I gotta go directly back up because I don't think the van. Oh, you actually did respond back. So let me catch up real quick. Hold on. You said paying the bills and being a faithful black man is not enough. Black women want a man who's influence what's going on in the world and can be self-sufficient. What do black men own or control at this moment in time now? You do have some black men that own and control things, such as in the media. What is it? You got Byron Allen directly out there. That's a black billionaire buying up broadcast airwaves and all other types of stuff because he's working on creating like a black network and all this, like basically trying to do the exact same thing Bill Cosby is doing, right? So that's just one area directly there. Even down south, you got a black man who owns a car dealership where he turns standard issue cars into electric cars. Again, that's just one instance right there. We can keep going with fashion and so on and so on and so on. But as stated before, you can have those black men out there doing it, and then there's still going to be a complaint. Somehow, some way, it's still going to be a complaint. And it's crazy that you're sitting up there saying that paying the bills and being a faithful black man is not enough. What are you talking about? If you're looking for a significant other, you're looking for comfortability as a woman, right? You're looking for security and comfortability. So if a dude is paying all of your bills, that's number one. And then the dude being faithful directly and only to you, that is number two, because his eyes are not going nowhere else. He only specifically desires you. And within that faith and desire, that means he is going to 100% protect you tooth and nail. So I'm a little bit confused because now you're trying to broaden the scheme. You're like, oh yeah, we're looking for men directly out here who's running. What kingdoms? I don't see you out here marrying kings. Like I'm not out here seeing you marry. Like if you was really this how I put it, right? If this is your stance, you need to be married to like an African like prince, and a real African prince, not one of those email ones, right? You need to be married to an African prince, or you need to be married to a sheik somewhere, or a Saudi prince out there in the Middle East. But you're not going to do that because you know how the Middle East gets down when it deals with women. You also know how African men get down when it deals with women. So chances are very great you ain't going to do that. And then number two, if you get married to a one of those Arab princes over there, you're going to be like a concubine. He's going to have multitudes of women. So you ain't going to be able to stop that. he was who he was before he even met you. You ain't going to have no control directly over that. When it deals with African men, you ain't going to have no control over that either. That dude is going to have multiple women. You ain't going to be able to say nothing. He's a prince or a king. You ain't nothing. You ain't going to be able to say or do nothing about that situation. It ain't no hooping, no hollering that you're going to be able to do to clean that house out of 22 women that's there that ain't you. You ain't going to be able to do nothing. So it's crazy that you're saying that you want a man that has influence. When you have a man that has influence and power, that means that he's also going to come with, I guess you can call it baggage, that a lot of women are going to want to obtain and to be right by his side because of that influence and power. And you think that you're going to be the only one that's going to be for him? He's only going to have eyes for you. This is what we're dealing with, that fantasy world. So you basically said that a normal dude doing normal things for you, he's being faithful and he's paying your bills. That's not enough. You want to do with influence. So then once you get that dude with influence, you want to try to have him be like a normal dude where he only has eyes for you, where he only gets attention. He don't got to pay attention to you. You just another one on the chopping block. You just another one in line. And more than likely, he'll be able to find 1,000 that look 10 times better than you. So it's like, yo, you either get with it or you get to the side. Like, I don't know, like, yo, y'all living in delusion. It's like, I don't know where people are at this moment in time with this type of delusion where it's like you flipping and flopping all over the place when it deals with stuff like, yo, this is crazy. This is 100% crazy. And I want to note to people that originally, before we even got this far directly in this conversation, the original conversation is specifically towards the amount of money and the power that Black women basically have when it deals with the Asian market, when it deals with beauty, cosmetics, and everything of the sort. But somehow, some way, when we start going down this rabbit hole, it starts swapping directly over to what Black men are not doing and what they should be doing and what they could be doing, and how Black men are basically at fault for something, or they're doing something, but it's not enough. Like you said, okay, thank you for using that button. Much love, respect, and appreciation. You said you're talking about individual relationships. However, I'm talking about Black men as a collective. What can Black males as a collective provide for Blacks to be free? It's hard to provide anything if people don't want to listen. Trust me, as somebody that's been up here talking for the longest time possible, and that's even before talking, I've tried to do this even in my personal life. It's very difficult because I put it to you like this, right? And again, this is me using myself as an example and just going directly through that. If I can look through my life and look at the women that I've been able to like physically touch, meaning that I know them in real life, right? We've shaken hands, hugs, we've sat up there and talked, we've seen each other, right? If I look at all of those women and I gather them into one box and I'm looking individually and trying to figure out how many of them have actually listened to the correct information that I gave them when it was like, stay away from these types of guys. You need to go out there and get some self-defense training. You need to go get some firearm training. You need to be more cautious. You need to move this. Like if I look at all of those things, or even in an instance of being a solutions-based type of person, trying to make people's lives easier by trying to tell them that, hey, okay, financially, the reason why you're in a deficit is because you need to cut out a lot of these subscription services. You need to stop going out with your girls. You need to stop buying this high price fashion. You need to stop buying all of this liquor. You need to stop buying all of this fast food. And I'm showing you all of this, and I can show you where thousands of dollars per month are sitting up there going, and you still opt not to sit up there and listen, right? That's something that I, as a Black man, am able to give directly for free. I've even shown instances to people in real life of me cutting out certain things and showing what happens by me following what it is that I'm specifically stating. So it's not me just talking. I'm actually walking and doing the exact same things to let you know, like, hey, it actually works. I've already done it. Here's the proof. So now that you got the proof, you should want to sit up there and follow it. You know what happens? No, because people want to do what it is that they want to sit up there and do. So what I'm saying is that you can have whatever instances of I add this before I get to that. Specifically speaking, Black men and Black women marry each other more than they marry outside. I just want to sit up there and get that straight. Going back to the whole thing of marriage and the good Black men and all this other type of stuff, more Black men and women are married to each other versus marrying outside of their race. I just want to sit up there and make that very clear. I've talked about that stat for years, right? So now going back to what you're talking about as a collective, it's hard to be able to collectively do for or to give something to a group of people that don't consider you to be worthy. How am I, as a Black man, right? And then you got many other Black men directly out here. How do you want us to give something to a group or to a community that doesn't even value us or see us as valuable. It don't matter if it's information. It don't matter if it's money. It doesn't matter if it's protection. It doesn't matter if it's leadership. It doesn't matter if it's trying to fit in the role of being like a father or a stepfather or a big brother or what have you. So I'm a little bit confused because it's crazy to keep asking from the same demographic that everybody out here says is worthless. Like I'm a little bit confused. And I'm talking about as a collective. Right? So next you said, what can black men provide for black women to spend money with them? Black women spend money with Arabs because they provide gas. Asians provide the hair care and products they need, and Indians own hotels. So I'm a little bit confused. Why is it? I have part of the answer on why it is that black women don't open up beauty supply stores. But why is it that you don't have, right? If black women, right? Let me go. Where's that stat at real quick? It says that black women spend about 7.5 billion on beauty care annually. And that's just on beauty care. What's stopping black women from opening up and making their own beauty care? Y'all are the primary ones when it deals with those billions, right? That is what 7.5 billion. That's a lot of money that black women have, that black women could spend on trying to invest directly in themselves. So why is it that black women don't come together and formulate those businesses? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because the craziest thing is, like, every single time we had this conversation where it's money going directly out of the community and you got black women sending billions of dollars directly out the community, people are like, wait. But what are black men doing? Why don't you open up a business so that those billions can come into the, why are you waiting directly on black men to sit up there and do it if black men are the worthless part of the community? If black men don't mean anything, if black men don't do anything for the community, for the kids, for black women, why would you be waiting on a group that in a sense is not a value? Like, I'm a little bit confused on that. Like, this is where I say, like, I there's mixed signals. On one point, black men don't have a value, but then on another point, when it comes time to take accountability, now you want to consider black men to be of some type of importance, but it's more so to be a shield. Like, I'm a little bit confused. And growing up in Detroit, I seen black owned gas stations, but I still seen black women going directly to the Arab gas station. So you, like I said, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to, what to sit up there and tell you directly about that when it deals with the gas stations and the convenience stores, because I didn't seen these things directly in the black community. And like I said before, I will still see black women deciding to go to the Arabs and to the Chinese. So I don't know what you want me to sit up there and tell you. I don't know. I already gave you an example of what would happen if somebody black got into not an altercation, but a verbal altercation with somebody at a black business. Y'all would sit up there and frown up, turn up your nose, and be like, "This will be the last time I will ever support a black business." I didn't heard that too many times. All it takes is one time for black people to have an instance where other black people do not support it, but you have an instance with other black people, it's whatever. You treat everybody like an individual. That's just one person out of a group. When it's black people, you treat them all like you treat your family. And I'm like, that's wild to me. That's wild. There's also another reason why Indians own hotels. That's another reason. Let me see. Matter of fact, I got you. Going up back up to V, because I'm trying to scroll through to see if that person wrote anything else. I don't happen to see nothing. Okay. So for the Van Varner, case in point, right? Even when it deals with me, right? The content that I just so happen to do, and I specifically have, made content directed towards black women. I've had black women sit up there and say, like, "Oh, I'm not going to support you because they didn't like what I said. Oh, I'm not going to buy your merchandise because of what you said. I'm not going to donate because of what you said. I'm going to tell other people on Facebook and whatnot, whatever, not to support you and to da 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 because I don't like what you." That's what I'll be talking about. But like I said, let a white man sit up there and say something. Let an Asian man sit up there and say something. Let a Latin man sit up there and say something. Let an African man sit up there and say, let a Jamaican or a Haitian or a Caribbean, let any of these other men sit up there and say something about black women up here, y'all still supporting. All it takes is for somebody black to say one thing that people don't jive with, and that's it. That's all it takes. And the support is gone. So, like I said, you're going to keep bringing up these examples of like, oh, what about here, 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 and here? And I'm going to keep saying the exact same thing. All it takes is for that black man or those black men to say something that y'all don't like or to do something y'all don't like, and that's it. That business is shut down. Y'all boycotting it. Y'all will boycott that quicker than y'all will boycott the Asians. And that's bars. That's facts. The only group of men I've ever really seen get canceled by way of black women are black men. And those are facts. Like I said, I still see black women online talking about Chris Brown. And Rihanna has forgiven Chris Brown. Rihanna's taking pictures with Chris Brown. She's showing up at gatherings with Chris Brown. But yet, for whatever reason, black women is, they're still angry. I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, y'all didn't even date. Y'all don't even actually know Chris Brown. Matter of fact, y'all don't even know what happened. But yet y'all still basically have a hatred for Chris Brown. Wild. It appears every single year. Every single year. Like that's some crazy work. And it's like, not only is Chris Brown getting, this type of hatred from black women in the black community, even though Rihanna and him are on talking terms and all this other type of stuff, he's also dealing with stuff in the industry. So he got everything basically going against him at this moment in time. Like I said, all it takes is one thing. All it takes is one thing. That's all it takes. Van said, I agree that there is a gender war in the black community or non-community. The real question is why black men seem to not be able to get black women's respect as a group. I'll put it to you like this. Even when it deals with, I'm the type of person, I live by example. I don't drink, I don't smoke. And again, this is not a shot or a knock to those out there that decide to partake in a lot of those things. I don't fault you for it. I understand you can go out there and do whatever it is that you want to do. Right. So I just want to make that very clear that these ain't no shots or no jabs at nobody. Now, when it deals with my own family, I'm taking all the shots and jabs that I want to sit up there and take. So for me, I got black women in my family that are alcoholics. I got 3 black women, as a matter of fact, in my family that are alcoholics. And at various times, I've tried to, tell people, hey, you should stop drinking. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. All this other type of stuff. Do you think that those black women listen? Nah. So now as a black man, I'm just sitting back and I'm watching folks rot away. I'm sitting up there listening and hearing about, aunts out there just rotting away, just sitting up there drinking beer on an everyday basis and not actually eating, real food per se. Alcohol is the main food, morning, afternoon, at night. Sitting up there rolling to the store at 9 o'clock in the morning to go get some beers, go get some brews. And then that's the only meal. So like I said, I'm going by the examples of what it is that I'm able to visibly see. It doesn't matter. Like I keep trying to tell people, it don't matter what you do as a black man. It doesn't matter how you live. Black women out here are going to want to do what it is that they want to sit up there and do. That's it. So the only choice that I have is to sit there and just wait for everything to take its course because I can't do nothing else. So like I said before, when you hear my voice and I sound like this, talking about these topics, dealing with black women, it's me done being tired of being tired. Because it doesn't matter how much you love, how much you care. Like I said, I ain't never done nothing to any of the black women in my community. I just sat up there and made sure my one main wish, I'm like, yo, the other than graduate, I'm going to make sure to give my mom a son that's not a statistic, that the police don't know his name. They're not out there searching for him. I'm not out there in no type of gangs, right? I've never been in and out of jail. I don't got a record. I'm not out there selling drugs. I'm not out there ripping and running through and she don't have to worry about be like, yo, yeah, that's my son. He'll be out, in 2036 for a murder or robbery he committed. Or, this was my son, back when he was 17 or 18, like he got caught up in some gang crossfire and he got shot. 19 times. Like that was the main thing I set up there and said that I was going to do. And I live by that example. Like I said, I did what it was that I was supposed to do. I made sure that I was not a detriment to none of the black women in my community. Right. I was, before any of y'all was online talking about all of this stuff what black men need to do and that, I was doing this when I was younger. And now that I'm older, does any of that matter? Even though I live by that example, even though I wasn't ripping and running through the streets, even though I wasn't out here doing nothing detrimental to black women, does any of that set up there matter? Right? Nah. Does that then mean because I made sure that I didn't do any type of harm to black women, does that then mean that the black women in my family are going to sit up there and follow my lead and listen to me? Nah, it don't matter. It don't matter. Like, yo, this is why I'm tired of this conversation, dog. I'm sitting up here watching people dying. I'm watching black women dying in my family. I'm sitting up here watching black women die in my family who are educated. They didn't went to school. They didn't went to like nursing. They didn't went to college. And you sitting up there drinking yourselves away. And I got to sit up there and deal with y'all online saying all of this nonsense. Like what? And then it's like, y'all feel like black men shouldn't be tired? For over like 10 plus years, I've been sitting up here watching black women get abused by Asian men at these shops. And then a moment in time that black men step up in a leadership position to try to protect and then have y'all stand down. Y'all be like, we ain't standing down. Don't tell us what to do. Matter of fact, it's not even enough black men out here. Matter of fact, we are the black men. What? Like, yo, like I said, this is why I keep saying that y'all got it. I'm just going to like I said, I'm at the point of sitting here just watching everything just go the way that it's supposed to sit up there and go because I'm tired. Y'all keep piling on the plate of black men telling us that we need to do more, do more, do more, do more, do more. I've been doing that. Like I'm struggling myself while trying to help black women that's struggling, that shouldn't be struggling. Make it make sense. How is the mathing on that? Somebody out here make that make sense, dog. Like what? And y'all think that black men don't got a right to be tired, but then when we say that we're tired of dealing with what we're dealing with, here y'all come sitting up there talking about, well, we sat up there, we've been saving the black community since the black community started. We've been saving the black community since the inception of mankind. We've been saving black people since slavery. We as black women been sacrificing the most. Like, I ain't trying to hear none of that, dog. Respectfully, I ain't trying to hear none of that. Because no matter what you sitting up here talking, it's not going to stop those 3 black women that I'm sitting up there watching drink themselves into an early grave. It ain't going to help none of that situation. Like I said, all you doing is talking. Like I said, the whole sisterhood nonsense is a farce. And then that's not even to mention the other black women out here that's sitting up there ODing around other black women. Y'all sitting up there drugging and alcoholing and drinking and driving around other black women, endangering the lives of other black women. You know how many videos I got of black women that got an open Hennessy bottle sitting up there speeding down the road, cackling and all this, and then a crash happens. But let me guess, somehow, some way, somebody gonna be like, "Oh, it was a black man's fault." If the black man was the lead in that situation, those black women, they wouldn't have been in that car drinking and driving. It's because of the failed leadership in the black community by way of black men. Like, that's why I get sick and tired of these conversations. This is why a lot of black dudes are just like clocking out of this whole thing. Like they're just focused on whatever else, dog. Because it's a no-win situation. You can't win here. You can't win. You cannot win. You cannot win. You cannot win. Like I said, everybody keeps saying that, oh, all black men want to sit up there and do is control. No, we just want y'all to listen. We just want y'all to listen. Like we love y'all so much that we're willing to sit up there and stay here, even if it means that emotionally we're going to be barren. Like y'all don't even understand what that means. That basically means that it gets to a point where you got black men out here just walking around empty. They don't have emotions of empathy no more because they didn't sat up there and poured and just threw all of that directly away towards black women who didn't even care about themselves. But then people are like, yo, it don't matter what black women are going through. You're a black man and you should always care about them. You should sit up there and give everything because black women have sat up there and gave everything to you. And then a moment in time that black men give everything, y'all sitting up there saying that y'all need to, black men still need to, even though you're empty, you have nothing left. You're running on this 1 year life that you got, you still need to dig deep and give more, because it's never enough. So what that basically reads to me is that as a black man, you should not basically care about yourself emotionally or what it is that you're going through mentally. You need to specifically focus on the women and other people directly out there, because they're more important to you. Forego your emotions, forego anything that you care about, forego your mental. Don't care. It don't matter what it is that you go about every single day. It don't matter what you have to go through in order to survive. None of that matters. You need to put everything directly up over here. And even when you do that, you still got to find a way to get more directly over there, because you as a black man are not doing enough. Like I said, I'm tired. That is what tired is. So let me see real quick. April Storms, who are you? Much love, respect, and appreciation for the comment, right? During that whole spiel, during my whole rant, right? You said with the dancing emoji, you said so cry, and this is why we lead ourselves. Are you a black woman by chance? It seems like you might be a black woman, or just a woman in general, right? The crazy part is, I need to know if you're a black woman. Because I need to know if you're a black woman or not. Because then in the comment section you said you need better male role models. I mean, I went into the whole male, role model, type of thing. I can that'll be a whole separate thing, right? But I'm just waiting. I'm giving you time. I'm just giving you time to let me know if you are a black woman or not. And it does matter, just in case, just before you happen to sit up there and write that, it matters. It very much matters. And I asked and requested that information, and you're like, you need to get your emotions together. Yo, this is crazy. Are you delayed? Yo, I know we're not dealing with like DSL dial-up. You said, what are you, like 12? People can't like answer a question. Yo, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm like, are you male or female? Can you answer a simple question? I'm a little bit confused. It's a simple question. That's all you have to do. It's a yay or nay. Like I said, why does it matter? Why does it matter? It doesn't. Oh, y'all banned her. All right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm using her for an example, or this individual person, whatnot, or whatever. Again, this is why I sit up there and say this is what I've normally heard from divestors. So I want this to be a case example. This is what you normally hear directly from divestors. Divestors are black women that primarily have a type of hatred directly for black men. They are anti-black men, and they are pro every other man directly out there. They'll normally say, things directly like this, right? And the craziest thing is, even amongst me basically saying that I love the black women in my family, I don't want to see them this way, and I want to see them better. This person's like, so cry. This is why we lead ourselves. So if I'm using the example of the women in my family, they led themselves into drinking. So that's what other black women are doing. You're leading yourselves into drinking and drugging. That's where that leadership has gotten you, right? Your leadership is getting you into the wrong relationships with the wrong black men, right? Your leadership is leading you into getting into relationships with black men who are never suitable fathers, and you decide to still open your legs to get pregnant by them, right? Like, I can keep going directly with this. I can keep this going, but it's like, I'm pretty sure that people get the point. This is why comments like this are completely stupid. And then on top of that, to have the information that I have directly down there where it states that black women spend billions of dollars both on hair, cosmetics, nails, and all this other type of stuff. Yeah, leadership where? Like, this is why I sit up there and say, like, people just talk just to sit up and talk, and they don't pay attention. And when you don't pay attention, this is how you make yourself look stupid. And this is how you become a prime example of what stupid is. And you're now the picture in the dictionary. Like I said, crazy work. Um, let me see. So going back to this main image, directly here, right? Because now I can sit up there and focus, right? So let me go right back to the picture of the image. So this person named SA7395 on the channel, she wrote this. She said, understood. Let's also continue this conversation. And again, this is dealing with black women spending money towards billions of dollars, giving it to the Asian communities for free, right? So again, that's the context. She said, understood. Let's continue the conversation with black men support and being the biggest transfer of support, wealth, and resources to white women and other non-black American women by the way of multi-million and billions of dollars of wealth, lineage, and support. If y'all are really talking about what needs to change to help the community, didn't Shannon Sharp just retire a white woman who was a OnlyFans, I guess that was supposed to be model, and paid her 23 million question mark? Or what about Byron Allen, Robert F. Smith, Kobe Bryant, Bill Cosby, Quincy Jones, Clarence Thomas, Michael Jackson left his wealth to those white kids and other black men in different areas of society, from the NBA to NFL, sports, music, Hollywood industry, and the political institutions, and etc. Those hair and nail shops that black women support that also include melanated immigrant women from Africa and the Caribbean, South America, and etc., who are being falsely labeled as black, who are in those shops and supporting those people as well. The support and wealth transfer that black men are doing could have been, I guess, used to open up a black hair and nail shop to replace those businesses. So why haven't they done so? What are y'all going to do to replace these shops and that black women do need to stop going to? So we need another video called "If White Women and Non-Black American Women Were Black American Women," so other facts can be pointed out. What? And we need to mention the black men who got us in this ish with the Democrats in Africa. Oh, so now, so whoa. So I'm gonna, man, okay. So from Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, John Lewis, and etc., that got our whole black American identity, culture, lineage being tied as African Americans, making us to be foreigners on our own country of America, being stated to be loose Africans from Africa. We are literally fighting ethnocide because of stupid ish they did and supported from those white people who have been targeting us for centuries. So let's talk about that along with this conversation of who we need to stop supporting and giving our wealth and resources to, people who don't like us, because clearly if mating with white women and other non-black American women was beneficial, we wouldn't be getting ethnocide, and our political, social, cultural, economical powers wouldn't be dwindling and would have already gotten our reparations by now if supporting them by way of marriage, children, and etc. It seems like it just transferred wealth and erasing our black American lineage. So let's continue the conversation and bring up everything that needs to stop to have cultural change that's needed if y'all are serious about change. How do you sit up there and write this long drawn out paper to basically blame black men? This is what I be talking about. This is what I be talking about. Like, what? And then she wanted to sit up there and talk about, like, yeah, the Democrats got us into this. Didn't black women sit up there and say originally that black men are not even voting in the same capacity as black women? But then over the years from 2020 up until now, I done shown that black men vote directly with black women, even though people would rather sit up there and believe the lie. And now we got this woman that pulled up to the scene in one of my comment sections talking about the Democrats. So you're still trying to blame black men that voted with black women. I'm a little bit confused. So black men are to blame if they voted for Trump, and then black men are still to blame even if they voted for Kamala Harris along with black women. I'm like, what? Like, what are we doing here? I'm confused. I'm confused. This is what I be talking about. in 4K. This is the type of stuff right here that I be sitting up there talking about. Like, it's crazy that automatically a situation, like I said before, this is a situation dealing with finances, dealing with money that black women can literally get a hold directly of, that black women literally control. And somehow, some way, this woman is set up there and weaved together all of these things to basically say, even though black women are doing this, at the end of the day, black men are at the center and black men need to be the ones to do something about it. Huh? What are you talking about? We didn't force you to sit up there and start buying like weave and extensions and sew-ins and lace fronts and we didn't force you to sit up there. How am I at fault for that? How am I at fault for, like, what? What? Didn't I just sit up there and say I can open up a bit? I'm just saying theoretically, right? But I can open up a business as a black man. That doesn't automatically mean that black women are going to come there and patronize my business. And like I said, if I have one instance, one conversation with black women that didn't sit up there and go well, guess what? She going to be sitting up there calling her peoples to come see me, to come have a conversation, even though she was the one that started the conversation. She was disrespectful initially and disrespecting my place of business. I'm going to be the one that the black men and her family and her ex-boyfriends or whatever, in and out of jails and prisons, they want to come and try to see me and try to, mess me up because of whatever conversation. Like I said, like, yo, this people don't want to talk. It's a lot of stuff dealing with these conversations that people ain't really trying to get directly into. It's a lot of conversations. Like I said, you want to sit up there and talk about like an ethnocide or whatever it is. Do you want to talk about the fact of the many times that black women have started running their mouths when they shouldn't have been running their mouth, and then they start calling their brothers, their fathers, and their uncles to come fight on their behalf, and then she end up getting them all laid out, and now she got several funerals to go to, and then she goes right back out there and she finds some more dudes to try to fight on her behalf, and the cycle still continues. Like, are we going to talk about that? I guess we're not, because people are going to be like, well, that's what black men should be doing. It don't matter what a black woman does. She's always right. Even if she runs her mouth and she's in the wrong, you better protect her. You better risk your life. What was the terminology that used to be used that I would always sit up there and bring up, where online they used to call black men bullet bags, and sit up there and say that black men can't even die right? Like, that's great. And the craziest part is I would actually expect that from like white folks. Just to be honest, I'm like, they would normally come up with, some slick terms and terminologies and, stuff like that when it deals with black folks. But nah, I can't even give it to them. I saw fields of black women, of which I recorded, basically stating it and also putting that directly out there online. I'm like, can't even die right? That's crazy. Bullet bags? Never heard that before. That's wild. Can't even die right. That one stuck with me. Let me tell you. I'm like, wow. I'm like, how do you die correctly? It's like, I don't even know how that what that even means. I need a definition. I might have to look that up in the Urban Dictionary. Like, that's crazy. That is wild work. But like I said, and I'm going to state again, this is a situation of which black women do have control directly over financially. Y'all could like starve and shut a lot of these businesses down. Even going back to the protests, again, you got black men there. You got black men that's standing on the side, the quote unquote, the right side of history. But then you still got black women that's stepping over that side of history to that discount aisle. So I'm like, what y'all want black men to do? I'm like, it don't, like I said, it don't matter what black men decide to sit up and do. It's like, black women are autonomous. They can do whatever it is that they want to sit up and do. As black women are stated in the community, black men do not have control or say so over black women. Black women are fine by themselves. They can do it all bad by themselves. They can lead themselves. They are the most educated. They got the most money. They got the houses, the cars, all this other type of stuff. Right? So, like I said, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. But like I said before, we got some more videos. Did I finish this one? I don't think I did. But let's let this lady keep talking.
Going around of an Asian man who I think is a nail tech.
Oh, matter of fact, it did restart. All right. So now we're going to go to the next video. Got you.
So while I'm here, while I have the time before I gotta go to work, I'm deterring every black person from this door that I can. And so far, I've managed to get 2 brothers to leave this place, not even go in, and to go down the street to the Africans on 9th Ave. So other than that, 2 alcoholics, I wasn't able to convince them to leave their 211 behind. for a few more minutes and go get it somewhere else. But, you know, I understand that addiction is so strong, you know what I'm saying? They just can't help themselves. So, you know, then the elders, the black man, he just asked me if it was cool to go next door to the Mexicans. I was like, you know, they cool, but, you know, go shop black. We need to go recycle black dollars. And although, you know, the Eritreans and most of the African family don't consider themselves FBA, black Americans, or the same as us, because they not. You know what I'm saying? But I will say they have much more respect for us when they are in the community as merchants. I've never been mistreated by an African store owner the way I've been mistreated by Korean store owners. Never. It's never happened. I've never been extended any grace by a Korean store owner if I was short on some change. I've never had an African store owner follow me through a store. But I've had Korean store owners sick they coon security on me, trying to protect their merchandise. And I wasn't even there to steal, you know? Just like that young man didn't steal nothing. Like Latasha Harlins didn't steal nothing. We shouldn't have been shopping with them no more after that, even after the riots.
Now, the one thing, again, I'm going to give pushback directly on, we've already had the conversation when to deal with Africans. I done covered that topic a variety of times, both in live stream form and in short form, you know, standard, you know, content of how Africans directly feel about Black Americans. I even gave people videos on I think I might have shown y'all that video. If not, I'll make sure to bring that up. But there was a conversation with a Haitian gentleman, right? Haitian man. And he specifically stated that the reason why Haitians disrespect or don't respect or value Black Americans is because they feel that we didn't fight for anything. They say that in comparison, Haitians basically fought the Haitian war with the French and yada, yada, yada. And that's what they did, right? But then when they look at Black Americans, like, what did y'all really fight? He was like, y'all basically fought to be with your oppressor, right? So he was like, we don't respect that and all this other type of stuff. So it's like when we come into the United States, we automatically see ourselves as better than you because we actually fought in da-da-da and all this other type of, like I said, tons of videos all over the place about how these folks, you know, basically feel directly about us. But like I said, I'll let her keep going.
You know what I'm saying? They didn't make no positive change in the community. They didn't really turn over a new leaf, so to speak. You know? They got their ass kicked in the riots, lost a lot of their businesses, but they turned around and got bailed out and got loans and bounced right back. You know? And then we still enrich them all over again. And what they do, they go and live their best life in Orange County. They do not fucking dwell among us. They take their money bag and go to Orange County. I've seen it for myself. Seen them come collect, and I've worked in Orange County and see where they live at. They don't live around here. They used to live in the neighborhood in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, even in the 90s a little bit. It's a Korean family on the block. I grew up with a Korean childhood friend. He's my friend to this day. But friends ain't got nothing to do with business. You know what I'm saying? This is Black business. And everybody else has their group economics studied, and they have it down pat. You know what I'm saying? They got their group economics under control. We do not. So that is why we cannot be affording to be shopping with everybody else, spending our money with every other community but our own. So again, Black LA, stop shopping with these Koreans. Let the Mexicans shop with them, since that's the only people that they hire anyway.
So like I said, I respect everything she's doing. She's stepping directly out there. She's in her community. She's like, hey, I'm about to, you know, make sure that Black folks, they ain't about to get no, you know, these Asians, they ain't about to get nothing from us. And again, you're going to have some of those out there in the Asian community. I'm going to cover those videos as well too, where they basically feel that Black Americans are looking at all Asians the same because we can't tell the difference. No, we can sit up there and tell the difference. In a lot of instances, we know the difference because of a variety of reasons, but we're just simply saying as a whole, when it deals with the Asian community, y'all ain't never respect us at all. Like, you know it deep down inside as well as we know it. Y'all, the Asian community, ain't never respect Black Americans at all. Like I said, go back to those LA riots and look at how they tried to skew the information and make it seem as though that it was Black Americans doing X, Y, and Z. I did a video, standalone video, and I put the information directly out there where one of the main owners that was out there, the main prominent owner that they always show, they got a pistol and he's firing out there into the crowd or whatnot, whatever, to scare people away or return the fire or whatnot. He specifically said himself that it was Mexicans out there that was looting and pillaging those Korean and those Asian stores. It wasn't Black folks. But like I said, you let everybody else sit up there and tell it. They'll be like, oh, yeah, it was the Black community. They came out by the billions and they were just robbing and pillaging the Asian stores. Like, yeah, it was the blacks. Like I said, crazy. Diabolical work, right? Let's continue.
I'm gonna say this real quick too. If we don't call a boycott, a ban, we not even with these people no more, and you take your black ass into one of their establishments and something happens to you, they racially profile you. Okay? They accuse you of shoplifting, they physically assault you, or they kill your black. Do not call on the black community because we will not show up. Whatever the happens to you, pick Migos. Okay? From here on out, when we all said that we are implementing a boycott and a ban, we not with them no more. If you cross strike lines, don't even post a video, mother. Don't even post a video. Because from here on out, from June 2026 and on forward, if your black ass get caught out there, your black ass gonna stay out there.
So we heard that, right? And what was the last video I set up there and gave y'all? It was the last video I gave y'all was a Black woman at the nail salon where one of the Asians there, the Black woman was there first. She was supposed to get her nails done. An Asian woman walks directly in there and asks, can she get her nails done? And then they put the Asian woman ahead of the Black woman. And she had already paid in advance. So this is why I sit up there and say all of this back and forth where I get comments or whatnot or whatever, where people are trying to sit up there and say like, oh, Black men need to do this. Nah, this ain't even a Black man thing. This is a Black woman thing. Like I said before, like, it's crazy that when the weight starts getting a little bit too heavy, now you got people want to shift that directly to on to somebody else. I'm like, you done made this. You didn't carry this for the longest time possible. You built this. You established this. So it's like, yo, for the Black women out there, y'all got to be the ones. Y'all the ones in power, right? Black men are weak. We're feeble. We're not leaders. You know, we're not the real Black men in the Black community. Black women are the real leaders. Black women are the real Black men of the Black community, right? So it's like I'm waiting. I'm trying to see what Black women are actually going to do, right? Because all y'all got to do is just pull y'all money directly out. Like I said, I done made videos talking about how all of the chemicals, it don't matter if it's the eyelash glue. It don't matter if it's the hair, the synthetic hair, even the natural hair. It don't matter if it's dealing with the cosmetics and the chemicals and the makeup. You know, again, carcinogens leads to fibroids. It can lead to other chemical imbalances. It can lead to reproductive issues. It can lead to cancers and all this other stuff. Like I said, it don't matter what it is that I put directly out there in order to inform and to specifically tell Black women. There's always some type of like, okay, well, you know, if you can put out this information, then you should be, you know, invest in and try to find a way to give us stuff that we could actually use. Why do you need this cosmetic makeup? Why do you need that? Realistically, why do you realistically need lipstick? Why is that such a necessity? Why do you, other than, again, I'm not even talking about people who are dealing with medical things such as alopecia. I'm talking about normal women. Why would you need all of this fake hair or the hair from Indian or Asian women? And y'all supposing Black women are supposed to be the most sensitive women out here in the universe when it deals with like energies. Why would you put somebody else's energy on your body? How would you think, like, if somebody's energy is chaotic and that is carried also through their hair, and then you put that chaotic energy on your body, what do you think that's going to do when it mix and mingles with your energy? Just saying. Like I said, I'm just trying to figure out some stuff. That's all I'm trying to figure out. Like it's wild out here. Because like the main thing that I'm looking for at this moment in time, when I go on social media, I ain't trying to hear black women say nothing about black men at this moment in time. Focus on that Asian community. And how it is that they specifically you got the loudest ones out here talking to y'all. They ain't really talking to black men because in a sense they know better. They're like I said, it wasn't just that long ago that you had Japanese over there talking about that black men are basically virtual basically like Superman and whatnot. We're from planet Viltrum, we're Viltrumites. Like it wasn't that long ago. So again, they're not even really talking about us because they're not even trying to go in that area. They're not trying to do that. But again, they'll be ultra vocal when it deals with black women, and they know that black women are the main ones that put money directly in their pockets. So again, when this disrespect is happening like this, it is primarily and only happening to black women. I don't have tons of videos where black men are just sitting up there getting like whooped on by several Asians in an Asian beauty supply store with brooms and getting jumped and all this other yeah, nah, that's not how that's happening. I don't got videos of black men sitting up there fighting Asian store owners or losing their lives to Asian store owners like that. No, that's not how that's happening. Anytime that these things specifically happening, it's only happening to one specific group, a part of the demographic, and that's black women. Because they know at the end of the day that y'all not going to pull y'all money out. And that's why they being so disrespectful and vocal about it. That's why going back to that video of that Asian dude, that's why he was sitting up there saying that, oh, yeah, I want to sit up there and waiting to see black women in the black community open up their nail shops and deal with the stink, nasty ass attitudes that y'all basically have it. Like I said, they being disrespectful to you. For the longest time, black men always told black women is like, yo, you go to these Asian shops, they're talking about while doing your nails and your feet, they're talking about you in your own face because you're ignorant of their language. They're talking about you and you don't even know it. But yet you tipping them and you bring your friends and your family and everybody else there. And then they talking about them too. They're making all types of jokes and all this other type of stuff in their own language. You don't even know what they're saying, but you sitting up there smiling and kikiing with them and all this other. Like I said, man, you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. Can't tell nobody nothing. But let's keep going.
What's up, everybody? I got like a question about this, like boycotting Asian businesses, because I'm trying to understand and also make a point about something that's been bothering me. That's unrelated to this, by the way. So, okay, so they said blacks are boycotting Asian businesses because Mr. Chow, he gunned down and he killed Cyrus, right? The 14-year-old black boy. Okay, so here's the thing though. Chow is Chinese, so are you guys boycotting like nail salons, which are typically owned by Vietnamese and all these other Asian businesses that are owned by Japanese and Koreans because y'all can't tell the difference? I think that's why, right? Like, because if I was in y'all shoes, I'd be like, oh, we boycotting Chinese businesses, right? So why all Asians, right? And so my other question is this: if y'all banning all Asian businesses, are y'all including the Indians? Nah, y'all not. Because this was my point since day one creating this TikTok. Indians aren't Asian. Damn. Okay, now boycott away. Y'all have a good time.
so so basically through his whole explanation, what he was trying to basically say is that, hey, if you're going to boycott, all the Asians, make sure that you get the Indians as well too, because they're Southeast Asian. He is correct. Indians are Asian as well too, even though Asians don't like to normally claim them. But he's like, when it deals with this boycott, if you're getting all of us, make sure you get the Indians, right? So that basically means if you like Indian food, there's no more chicken tiki masala, or any of that stuff, happening or going directly. Like I said, I got what he was saying. I got 100%. What it is that he was specifically saying, and then on top of that, just looking at everybody, and things of the sort. But yeah, Yeah, got to add them directly to the list. Got to add them directly to the list because Indians are massively disrespectful. Because I put it to you like this: the Indian women will actually, if you're, let's say, if you're a black man, right? Indian women will happen to be cordial. They'll say hi or whatnot, whatever. Indian men, especially the darker complected ones, they don't like talking. Like the older, the darker complected ones, they don't like talking to black folks, especially black men. They do not like that at all. They will they'll just sit up there and just have like this type of face. And I'm like, dog, what is wrong with you? It's like ain't nobody, really trying to do nothing to you. It's like it's just a high. That's it. Don't even understand why you got this type of face. But whatever. But that's how people be moving directly out here. But yeah, you gotta add the Southeast Asians directly up in there. Technically, actually, to an extent, wouldn't yeah, that actually means that Hawaiians should be piled up in there too because they're Pacific Islanders. Oh, there's a lot of Asians that need to get added directly to this list. There's a lot of Asians that need to get added directly to the list. It's crazy. It is, it is crazy. But yeah, make sure you put for anybody out there doing boycotts, put the Indians directly up out there too. So like I said, you ain't ordering from no Indian restaurants. I don't care how good the food is, how much you miss it, or if Payday was about to sit up there and strike and was like, man, I've been fiending for this. You better fiend for something else. You better go get you some Cheerios, some Lucky Charms. You better go get something else. But like I said, to each their own. To each their own. And as stated, that people can only sit up there and do what it is that they opt to do. So we got another. Where's the other video at? Where the Asian guys up here? Here we go. So let's take a listen to this funny video right here.
If you're gonna group all of the Asians together, we cannot have.
So let me pull this back, right? So the POV, he said, you heard black people all over the United States are boycotting Asian nail salons, stores, and restaurants after the death of Cyrus, right? And then this is the response of one of the Asians.
If you're going to group all of the Asians together, we cannot have a productive conversation because you're just as racist as Rick Chow.
Wow.
If you can't even take the time to understand that there is a lot of racial tension between Southeast Asians and East Asians, then we can never have a productive conversation. If you're just going to try and cancel everyone out, boycott everybody, then...
So, I mean, I wish I would have been able to get that full video. Maybe I should have looked for it, but I technically didn't care because I was looking at the main part where he was like, black people are just as racist as Rick Chow. Really? I'm like, this is why we can't have conversations, because the moment in time that we're basically saying that, A, we're doing a broad brush technique because overall the Asian community does not respect or like the black community at all. You may open up businesses, you may like the money we give you, but inherently you do not like or love black people at all. And it shows because every time something happens, you are either silent or you are shoulder to shoulder on the sidelines with white folks. So like I said before, it's crazy that this young dude want to pop up here and he want to be popping his gums, saying this nonsense. This is why I sit up there and say, like, sometimes it's best for people to just stay out of certain stuff. You just gonna make it worse. You just gonna make it worse. Like I said, we were only specifically focused on one of the loudest Asian mouths directly out here who decided not to only make one, but made two videos specifically directed and dedicated towards the black community. And it's like, y'all don't even want to focus in on what your own people are saying directly to us. You want to come directly in and be like, yo, blacks, you guys are just as racist as Rick Chow because of X, Y, and Z. And this is why we can't have a conversation. No, we can't have a conversation because you want to be too close in proximity to whiteness. That's what the real problem is. You're saying that you're a minority. You're saying that you're a model minority. Then you turn around and say that the model minority thing is a myth. And then within that, to prove that you want to be this model minority, you go directly with white people. And then you're like, okay, we're going to help you get rid of DEI. We're going to help you get rid of affirmative action. We're going to help you get rid of this, that, and the third. And lo and behold, Asians, what ended up happening? You guys were supposed to be so scholarly. You guys were supposed to be the wizards when it dealt with college and being smart, that you noticed that your populations and your admissions were falling because affirmative action was going directly down the drain because you sided directly with whiteness, because you thought that you were fully accepted because you did everything that you were supposed to do. And white people patted you on the head and said, good boy. And now go out to the doghouse outside while it's raining and snowing. Go back to your place. And they got you. They got you. So you're not about to sit up there and see all of those acceptance letters to all of these colleges no more, because they don't got to sit up there and think about affirmative action. They don't got to sit up there and worry about or think about your race first. They got to just sit up there and look at who it is that they want to put in place. And that's what they're doing. Because y'all as Asians thought that if we get rid of DEI and affirmative action, because blacks are taking our seats away from our Asian people, that if we do all of this and take all of this away from the blacks, that it's going to put us as uno number 2. And then that also means at the same time that, you know, it's going to horribly affect the blacks the worst. Wrong. Because y'all were one of the primary beneficiaries of affirmative action right there side with white women. Like I said, y'all both got played stupid because y'all are stupid. But you can't tell nobody nothing. So now y'all sitting up here suffering. Now you got to figure out how to survive again and how to get things going. Even though one of your loudest mouths came online and sat up there and said that y'all don't need us. That's crazy, Asian people. Y'all don't need black folks, but y'all make sure to open up black businesses primarily in black communities. That's wild. That's diabolical. I'm like, what? That's weird. That's weird. That's you know, that's very weird to do. Like, you don't need black people, but you make sure to open businesses in black communities. Oh, that's right. Again, because of, you know, things of the olden days, such as like redlining and things of that nature. Like I said, white people tolerate you in their communities. They allow you there. But the moment of time that the jig is up, and it will be up, everything is going to be up for you. So like I said, y'all can have fun being in the suburbs. Y'all can have fun living directly in those places, but let me let you know something. The moment in time that this country collapses, that anything is going on, any of those white neighbors that you automatically thought were your saviors, were your gods, were your heroes, were master of the universe, that they were going to protect you, that they're going to call down rangers with attitude and call on the power of the Megazord, whatever you thought that they were, they're going to show you the demons that they've always been. And the first people that they are going to attack ain't going to be the blacks. They're going to make sure to attack you first. Because a lot of y'all minorities made sure to go directly up to these white communities, predominantly white communities, and live directly amongst them. So before white people start fighting internally amongst themselves, they're going to fight you first and take whatever it is that you have, and then they're going to fight about that, and then they're going to sit up there and turn on each other. So, like I said, thank you for delaying a lot of the things, the blowback that's going to come directly to the black community. Thank you for being directly up there in the suburbs to give us extra time to prepare and to figure out what it is that we're going to do. I thank y'all for that. I thank y'all for wanting to have that close proximity to whiteness, to want to be white like, and to just want to be directly in that air because you thought it was safer, you thought it was better. I thank you guys for doing that. Your sacrifice is greatly appreciated. I want you to know that before anything happens, because if ain't nobody else going to tell you, I'll be the first one to tell you. Thank you to the Asian community for moving to white communities, for sacrificing yourselves for the greater good, for when the chaos erupts, you'll be the first ones on the chopping block, like you've always been the first ones on the chopping block when it deals with a lot of these situations. Thank you. Thank you. So now we're going to go directly to the next video.
About another boycott, knowing that it ain't gonna work. I understand what happened with that young man. Yes, he was a child. I understand, but every time we talk about doing a boycott, we're good starters, but we're not good finishers. Okay? Because first of all, we don't have a good rapport with one another. All right? Black people, we do not get along with one another. We don't. We have a very poor relationship, because as soon as you say something smart to me, I'm not going to sit back and I'm not going to just take it in. No, I'm going to say something smart back, because that's what we do. We come from the same trenches. We know the same game. We was kind of familiarized with the same household a little bit. So therefore, we don't feel like we need to take that smack from off one another. That's where it's going to fail right there. Okay, because soon as somebody come into your establishment and you do the first, when I see the white of your eyes because you don't roll your eyes in the back of my head, that's when I'm going to take my money back and I'm going back to I'm going to Mr. Chim again. You understand me? We don't have a good rapport with one another because Black people have poor customer service skills with one another. Okay, this is why this is not going to work. We have to do inner work. And matter of fact, I think the next time you guys do business with other people outside of the community, look and see how they treat people. Okay, even if we were just like 5 or 10 minutes late, they probably put maybe $2 or $3 on the back of the price because they were taught to get that money. Okay, they were taught to get that money. Everybody studied Black people except for Black people studying our own race. Okay, this is why I know this is not going to work, because we do not have a good rapport with one another. I don't care how harsh it sounds, we don't. Okay, that's why I know this is not going to work. I feel sorry. My condolences go out to the family, but like I said, it ain't gonna work. Y'all have a blessed day.
So my thing is this, because I've talked about this a multitude of times and I agree directly with her. And the reason why I state that I agree directly with her, because I do see some folks in the comment section where they disagree. And everything of the sort, right? So the folks that disagree in the comment section, let me just show you this video yet again, just in case you never saw it, right? So let me put this in context directly for you so you can follow what's happening. During the time frame of this video, a Black woman lost her life by way of a male Asian shopkeeper that decided to get physical with a Black woman. And the Black woman later died from the infliction of those injuries that she sustained, during that fight, during that physical altercation, right? So this is what the Asians did directly in response, where they did a 50 to a 75% off of hair, right? So you're going to see Black men on the sidelines that are boycotting the store. They got the signs up and everything, right? Supporting Black women, being there for Black women. But let's look at how the boycott was going.
No, we didn't try to take this off. Sister, you should not be over there. Did you not? I want finance. Did you not? You was wrong. You was wrong. You was wrong. You was wrong like the situation. You was wrong like the situation. You was wrong. Obviously, that's okay. He's like, you walk over and let him show. And then just like Mr. Julie, he's not with us. Like I said, I help you. I was helping you. I was helping you. I was helping you. Did you help? On your phone? Your boss over there. Your boss over there. I don't give a fuck. I know. My wallet ain't on the ground. Guess what? My wallet's in the court. Okay. We don't even call that, right? We're here for you. Every dollar we spend. We're here for you, sister. Where's your report? You're about to report. Because he beats down us.
So again, for the folks out there who disagreed with the Black female elder, right? Let me go back to this video here. For the folks that disagreed with this woman here, she's 100% right that the boycotting won't work. I could have sworn that Black folks were supposed to be boycotting, like, what was it, like Kellogg's, Target, Starbucks, and all these other places. But what happened with those boycotts? That's right, they died down. But what was it? Even back during the time of like a sushi restaurant, and something happened with some Black patrons. I think it was with T.I. There was supposed to be some type of like boycott, but then they had some type of sit down or whatnot or whatever. Yeah, boycott done. Then T.I. came out and there was some other boycott that was supposed to happen. And then Black folks started putting limitations. It was like, yeah, we're going to boycott y'all for like 3 months. I'm like, they can hold out. They'll just do sales. If you're going to literally tell a business how long you're going to boycott for, you gave them more than enough time to start planning. It's like, oh, you're going to boycott Target? No problem. We're going to start to do half off. And it's and in summer as well too. Yeah, we're going to do half off on a lot of stuff, which we all know that black people are going to come directly in there and start buying. So again, like I said before, I'm highly confused on when people feel as though that this what this elder is saying is not factual. It is. You got black men sitting up there talking about this is a boycott, we shutting this down. But you got on the other side, you got black women standing up there talking about we don't see no boycott. They Stevie Wonder. All they see is, is the money that they saving and how much they can get in like in bundles. Like what we talking about? Like that's crazy. Like that is 100% wild. That is 100% wild. Like, yo, that is wild. And the reason I like this example, the reason I love this example so much is because, like I said before, this woman here, instead of being mad at the life that was taken by way of an Asian man, she got more anger directed towards black men that are there in support of not only that woman's life, but also her life as well. Those black men are standing up there boycotting, sitting up there saying that, hey, black women, we love you. We see you. You are valued. You deserve to be protected. And we're going to, work with you and be on the right side of history. And we're from our angle, we're going to do what we can to shut it down. Because again, black men are nowhere close have the spending power when it deals with how much money that black women specifically give over to these Asian markets. We can't even hold a candle. It's like a candle being held in comparison to a sun. You're not going to see us. You're not going to see us at all. But it's like she would rather have more energy for the black men that are there for them versus the situation that took place and the loss of life that took place. Like I said, it's crazy out here. Like that is a 1,000% crazy. But I tell you this though, this exact same woman, let me tell y'all something real quick. Let her go directly to the Middle East. She would never open her mouth like that. She would never run up on a man like that. They will slap her down and they will sit up there and throw her directly in jail. If you ever think for a second that you will be able to act this type of like ratchet, you'll be able to act this aggressive towards men in other countries, you will be jailed. They do not tolerate that. Like I said, people don't understand the type of freedoms that they got when they're here, the things that they're allowed to do when they're here. Like I said, put a lot of these same folks in other countries. Let me tell you, personalities will change real quick. Magically, people know how to spell respect. Magically, like yo, it's crazy. It is 100% crazy. Like I said, I ain't never. This is the like I said. When it deals with, and let me just put this out there again, when it deals with the black community, when it deals with how black men are specifically talked to, this is you'll just so happen to see this. You will just so happen to see this. And like I said, I've seen this even with where other black women will run up or run down and talk to other black women like this because it is allowed. Like I said, this right here should not be any type of normal behavior. And again, like I said, this is not even a setting for her to even be acting this aggressive. None of these dudes are trying to catcall her. Nobody's trying to get her number. Nobody's trying to walk her down. Nobody's stalking her. Nobody's following her. Nobody is a danger to her. But yet this is the aggressive nature that she has. And like I said, you got all of, let me spin it forward just a little bit, right? Show you how crazy this is, right? So you got this one woman acting ratchet, and then you got all of these other black women in line. How come none of those black women stepped up to calm her down, to pull her back and tell her, like, yo, you need to relax. You shouldn't be, talking to those men like that. This is why I sit up there and say 99 different times where you got women out here that think that they are men and they're going to put themselves into dangerous situations and or spaces that will inevitably lead to either a loss of life or to somebody being put directly into the hospital, and primarily is going to be the woman. And in response, you have some people that be like, well, men need to know how to control themselves. Women need to know how to control themselves as well. Like I said, I treat everything equally. But in this instance, like I said, the men ain't the problem. It's her. Matter of fact, it's the rest of those black women that's directly in line. And like I said before, whenever it is that you got a black woman out here acting crazy like this, getting into a man's face, notice the response of the black women that are directly in line. They're not showing up to protect black men directly from that aggressive nature. They're not there to sit up there and calm that woman down, to bring her directly back in line. She just want to keep running her mouth and acting real masculine and aggressive towards men who ain't even giving off the energy. That's what I'll be saying. But like I said, let one of these dudes out here that's in and out of prison, one of these black dudes out here that's in and out of prison, that's there because he done knocked down 26 black women. I promise you, she's gonna go from Wonder Woman in this video to being Lois Lane real quick as soon as she hit that floor. Oh my God, I can't believe you did this. I'm a woman. I'm about to call my brothers. I'm about to get the men in my family. But that's not how you acting right here. You acting like Wonder Woman. You acting like Superwoman. Like you don't even know what kryptonite is. Like you just everywhere. You waiting for a villain to show up. Matter of fact, you trying to make a villain right now. Like, yo, like I said, this is what I be talking about, man. It's crazy. And people sitting up there stating to me like, yo, why don't black men open up businesses and do this where black women can shop? And you really think that if a black man were to open up a beauty supply that he's not going to receive this type of energy, that he's not going to receive this type of attitude? You really think that that's not going to happen? You think that a lot of those women are going to pull up there and decide to be cordial and all this? Nah, please. Because like I said, I've seen it before. I've seen it before. Like I said, a simple argument and it escalates to escalates where people are really hollering back and forth and being disrespectful. That same woman who started it will leave real quick and go get her brother or some other male real quick and pull them directly into that situation of which she started. But you want black men to sit up there and put themselves in that position to potentially no longer be here. Nah, brother. Nah, because like I said before, if these Asian dudes argue with these exact same black women that you see pictured in this video that you see right here in front of you, they're really not going to have that same energy. They're really not going to have that same rah 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 energy. They're going to be acting like damsels in distress. But like I said, if it's a black man, and if he pulls anything close to what the Asians do, or if he even says anything out of line, she's about to reach across that counter and try to beat him. She's about to get a metal object and start swinging around the store and swinging it directly at. Magically, it's a brouhaha. Magically, people know how to fight and defend themselves. When there's any other culture directly about here, and these men sit up there and treat women like this a certain type of way, all that aggression, it just, I'm a woman. Why would you do this? Why would you treat me like magically? I'm like, yo, what happened to the bass in your voice? Like, where did you get this light voice all of a sudden? I'm like, I never heard that from you before. Like, yo, that's crazy to me. now you got a corporate voice going on after somebody of another race and sat up there and put you down on the floor. That's crazy. I'm like, yo, where's all that aggressiveness? Where's all of that? Yo, you was raised by 6 brothers. You know how to fight. You know how to box and rah, rah, rah. Like, what happened? Like, yo, it's crazy. That's crazy. That's all I'm saying. So all I'm saying is it's crazy directly about here. It's wild. It's wild. But I got another video directly for y'all. So we're going to look at another one. Like I said before, shout out to the black women that's directly out here that are actually about a boycott, that's actually doing the boycott. Like I said, those like-minded black women, I would love for them to sit up there and get together and to start up a business, because if they were to do it, I feel as though that it would actually work. Because like I said, you got some black women that can stay on task and actually do something, be about something. Then you got other ones that just sit up there and talk. Like I said, it'd be like that, right? So let's look directly at the next video that we have here. Wait for it to populate real quick. All right, let's go to this one.
Stores in her area, and the allegations are
All
that
right.
the store said no.
Oh, let me see something.
Open up a beauty supply store.
So it's a little bit low. So we do have captions directly up there. For whatever reason, the first part of the video is low, but the next part of the video will be a little bit louder. So just, bear directly with me. But it says up above, just in case you can't see it, that stores are blocking black beauty supply stores from using wholesale distributors. So this is something that I've talked about before this video gets started, which is if a black woman wanted to, or just put it like this, if any black person, right, be it a black man or a black woman, if you want to start a beauty supply store within your own community, Asians gatekeep the access to the distribution centers, to the warehouses of which you would be able to get your products from. Because pretty much, I'm just going to put it up to like a 90 to like a high 95 or 99 percentile, Asians own that whole market. They make and any and everything that you see in that beauty supply store, Asians make that. It don't matter if it's from China or wherever it's specifically coming from. So if you want to open up a beauty supply store in the black community, Asians have to basically give the okay directly on it. That's how crazy it is. That's how crazy it is. But let's listen.
Supply stores in her area. And the allegations are those stores said no.
So I did not know that in order to own a beauty supply store and get supplies from a distributor, you have to get the permission of other beauty supply stores surrounding your area. I did not know that. And what she was saying was a lady named Matisse was trying to start a black owned beauty supply store, but she could not get the distributors to give her products because all the Asian beauty supply stores said no. So you have to get the permission of all the surrounding beauty supply stores in order to get products from the distributor, which I knew because I figured something was wrong every time a black person tried to open up a beauty supply store. What kind of law is that you got to get the approval of all the surrounding beauty supply stores? So that's like a monopoly. So the Asian beauty supply stores have a monopoly in our neighborhood where we can't open up a beauty supply store and get supplies from the distributor because they are saying no. But yet you keep going buying your products from Asian beauty supply stores. Yet you keep going buying your products and food from Asian markets. This is why we can't get anything. And they're in our area. How the audacity of them to say no?
So let me just freeze it right there. They have the right to do that because they make all the products. And it's not a law, it's just an unspoken rule. So like I said before, when I said 99 different times in other communities, they will practice buying and distributing and whatnot from one another. This is what I'm talking about. You don't have to make a law. You don't have to make it a rule or a regulation. It can be directly unspoken. And if you have people directly on code, you got people exactly on the same page. This is how that power works. Black people are not on that same page. And that's the problem. That's the problem. This is why Asians can sit up there and do this to black people in their own community, because black people are not on code. Black people just are not on code. Like I said, we will have a minority out there amongst the majority who will be on code, but it's not enough to sit up there and shut down a lot of these businesses. You would need the greater majority of the black community to really be on code in order to financially starve them out or to start to get things straight. Like we would really have to band and come together. Like I said, if anything, that folks, you see all of these other communities taken from the black community, but the black community is like, nah, we're not going to take nothing from nobody else's community. If there's one thing that you should take, it should be the work ethic and how they band together and work with one another, no matter the wrongs or how things are specifically going in the community. They make sure to work amongst and with their own. Like I said, that's why the Asians flourish. That's what they've been doing since they got here. It don't matter if it was with like the criminal set. Like I said, you still got Asian mobs and whatnot directly up out here, but they're just more so like hitting in all the other type of stuff. And they're more than likely just primarily over there in California. But like I said, just like how you don't see the Italian mob no more, but they're still here, they're still present, you just don't know about it. It's the same thing with the Asians. It's the exact same thing. Because like I said, this is why you don't see a lot of Asians in the jail or the prison system, because they handle that outside. They're like, hey, we're not going to really, if we can, we're not going to allow them to handle it. We're going to handle it ourselves the way that we do it. So this is why you got less stuff happening amongst them, because it was like, hey, if we spot you and we know that you're doing this is what's going to sit up there and happen. Right? They handle it internally, just like when it deals with breaking bread and making money and stuff. They are the gatekeepers when it deals with the things that black women need. And again, if black women take out those billions of dollars, hey, and you start putting that elsewhere, you start creating or finding a way to move differently with it, they done for, at least in that in that area. Like I said, you'll see them sitting up there crying because the amount of wealth and stuff that they initially would have is going to start to like fall down. Like I said, give it 5, 10, 15 years. It's going to be different. But again, you have to be on the exact same page. Everybody has to be on code. Like I said, I'm not mad that they doing this. Like I said, black women allowed them to sit up there and do this because you just kept giving them money no matter how they disrespect you, no matter how they treated you, no matter how many times they called you out of your name, no matter how much they tried to criminalize you, called the police directly on you, no matter how much they locked you directly into their building, they decided to put hands directly on you, or even the lives that they've taken or harmed. No matter what they did to you, you consistently showed them that, hey, you can do all this that you want to do. Just make sure you give us some sales on some bundles. Make sure you just have the type of color hair that I like or the type of makeup. And I keep telling people, it's like, why? Like, how do you expect people to respect you when you don't even respect yourself? It's crazy, but let's keep going.
But I tell you what, if we stop shopping with them, we can dry them up. There will be no Asian beauty supply stores in the area to ask. But see, we need to get on one accord. That's where we start doing the supporting the black businesses only. And I mean only. That's where we need to start doing group economics with our people only. They are holding us back. And see, what they say, there's no systematic racism. But to me, if you're in my community, surrounding my community as well, and I have to ask you to use the distributor that's everybody else is using in order to fund and to fill my beauty supply store, even though I still got to pay for those products. It's not free. They're still paying for the products from the distributor. So it's not like they're giving you anything. All they're doing is saying, okay, you can use the distributor. But without their okay, you cannot use the distributor. That's why when we do open beauty supply stores, it costs us hundreds of thousands of dollars out of our pocket because we can't get that wholesale price that they're getting. And then we keep going there buying stuff from them because their stuff is cheaper. Their stuff is cheaper because they're using a distributor that they won't allow black people to use, and they're in our communities. The audacity. How? And how are we not boycotting these Asian-owned beauty supply stores? They don't care about us. They don't support our community. They don't put anything back into our community. And they blocking us from using the distributor. And they're keeping us from starting these businesses in our own community. You really done had it, huh? It's time to boycott all Asian businesses. I keep telling y'all, the Arabs, the Albanians, the Chaldeans, the Mexicans, the Asians, especially the white people. Man, these people don't care about us. They're not gonna help you use their distributors and their suppliers to be their competition. But yet, how many Asian stores are around? How many Arabic stores are around? How many Mexican stores around using the same distributor? But soon as a black-owned business come along and say, hey, I need to use these same distributors in order to get the wholesale prices so I can open my store, they say no in our neighborhood. Are you going to keep supporting people who are blocking your people from owning their own stores? Are you going to keep supporting this? Come on now. We got to find a way to bypass all these Asian markets, all these Arabic markets, all these Chaldean markets, all these Albanian markets, all these Mexican markets. Because you know what? While we're sitting here watching them grow, while we're sitting here supporting their kids and sending them to college, while we're sitting here patronizing their businesses, they're blocking ours. What a way to say thank you to the black community. SMH, Farm Girl out.
She's correct. She is correct. She is correct. Like I said, everybody else is opening up businesses directly in our neighborhoods and doing all of this other type of stuff, right? So then we look directly at this information that I got directly in front of you. Let me see. I gotta try to get back to it myself if I can. Let me see. But basically, what the information details. Okay, now I got it. Okay. It says Black American households represent a massive economic force, with McKinsey and Company identifying Black consumer spending at over 835 billion annually, creating a massive 300 billion market opportunity. However, due to decades of historical and economic disinvestment, this spending power is frequently captured by convenience stores and discount chains in areas known as food deserts. The over reliance on these stores instead of full service supermarkets is a deeply systematic issue affecting communities nationwide. But again, we're focused on Black communities. The other thing I wanted to highlight is this, that I'm not sure if anybody else has potentially highlighted or thought about this. Because it just came into my mind earlier today, that along with the system specifically allowing folks to come directly into the community, to open up these businesses, to take money directly out of the community. Because again, in order to stop growth within a community, you have to have a multifaceted plan in order to stop movement of all directions, especially financially, right? So you got the Asians, the Arabs, you got white folks, and everybody else coming into our community, just opening up businesses and taking money, making sure that that money is getting funneled out by way of their business into their own communities, right? So then on top of that, you have areas of which where Black Americans want to start a business in their own community is made very difficult, right? Because banks don't want to give loans and money, and red line and tape dealing with the city. Like I said, everybody's in on it. So then you also think that once it gets to a point, right, where it looks like in the future that Black Americans will get on the same accord, where it's like, all right, we're going to do what we did way back when, where we're going to like shop and buy and to really do business with ourselves like everybody else does, right? Everybody else does it every single day. It's not a problem. When Black people say that we're about to do it, we're automatically deemed as racist. Like I said, that's another way to do that. So the moment in time that Black Americans decide that we're going to be all on one accord, we're going to be on the same page, we're going to see eye to eye, right? We're going to put petty differences directly to the side. You're still going to have these shops and everything directly there as a way to still divide Black people in some type of way, shape, or form, because those businesses are going to undermine whatever Black business is there. If it's a beauty supply store, they know the prices, that chances that Black Americans are going to try to use in order to open up their business or whatever it is. The Asians are going to be like, all right, so we came in there, we saw the prices, we see how everything is marketed, we're about to go within our stores overnight, and we're going to spread the word throughout the community, and we're going to start doing sales. We're going to undercut you because we can afford to do so. They'll do things like that. It don't matter if it's with hair, don't matter if it's with food or a grocery store or whatnot or what have you. The other thing that they're there also for is to create a food desert. And I told people this before. The reason that we had, Kmart's, Walmart's, and all these other places, they were there in order to be a cancer and to absorb a lot of the mom and pops, a lot of the markets and everything of the sort that were specifically there. So the moment in time that they decided that they did want to move, they already done robbed all of the most valuable places away from the Black communities. So if before a Kmart, a Super Kmart, or Walmart basically pulled up into that Black community, you more than likely had a local market. You had a small local market chain, a corner market chain, whatever it was, even a farmer's market. But now that Walmart is there, everybody's like, I'm going to Walmart. I'm not going to the farmer's market. I'm going to Walmart. I'm not going to the mom and pop. I'm going to Walmart. I'm not going to the small market chain that's been here for like 40 years. I'm taking all my business to Walmart because they got everything. So when it happens, now that family business that was there for 40 whatever years, now they can't survive because the people didn't want to go directly to it. They decided to do what sheep do, which is like, I'm going to go where everybody else is going. I don't want to be different. I don't want to support home base. I don't want to support locally. I want to sit up and go everywhere else. I want to go where everybody else. I want to go where everything is the most, where all the popular stuff is. So then again, when Walmart or Super Kmart or whatever, when they pull out and there's now nothing there, now you got a food desert. and specifically and especially in black communities. So now that forces black people to have to go to another city or town to go directly to that market, which then means what? Now the money is being redistributed instead of being there, is being redistributed directly into another town or city that is not your town or city, which then means that you're going to start to have dilapidation, whatnot or whatever that happens. Right, when it means in buildings, when it means in keeping up buildings and homes, when it means in your streets, when it means with the taxes, when it means with the neighborhoods. Like I said, it's a whole trickle down effect that works and it's been working. And it happens every single day. And it's like still to this day, people don't pay attention to it. But again, it happens by way of a lot of these other people from other communities coming directly into the black community and being allowed to open up these businesses. Right. The other thing that is said directly underneath the information that you have, it says nationwide independent convenience stores in the black community typically generate annual in-store revenue ranging from 400,000 to $1 million, netting average profit margins of 2% to 5%. Actual earnings are very heavily by operational scale, neighborhood spending power, and reliance on high margin prepared foods. Next, when they have corner stores or bodegas in predominantly black communities or black and low income communities, typically grows between 30,000 to 60,000 in monthly sales, or about 360K to 720K annually. However, after accounting for high inventory cost and operating expenses, the average net profit margin remains razor thin, generally hovering between 2 to 5%. Non-black small business operating in the black community vary significantly in revenue, but non-black employer firms nationwide average about 6.5 million in annual revenue. In contrast, black-owned employer businesses average just over $1 million. This revenue gap reflects systematic challenges and efforts to support minority-owned entrepreneurs can be explored through resources like the Political Breaking Barriers sponsored content. So again, if you are non-black and you come into the black community, you are automatically going to make more. If you are a black American and you start up a business within the black community, you're going to make significantly less. You make $1 million as a black American, a non-black American in the black community opens up a business, 6.5 million instantly. Like I said, so people need to miss me with the whole thing of talking about some black men, y'all need to open up these businesses. And what? And do what? Y'all going to be giving millions of dollars, billions of dollars to these other entities around, these black communities around the country. And then when it deals with a black man opening up this business, he's not going to make anywhere close to that. But you're going to be like, well, at least he opened one. Man, miss me with that. I ain't trying to hear it. I am not trying to hear it at all. Let me see what we got. You said consumer spending is not real power. You are spending it on things that don't produce wealth in the long run. That just like bragging about having water power during a drought, living in a desert, shaking my head. Um, wait, wait, Van, are you talking directly to me or are you talking in response to somebody else? You also said, in all honesty, should they help black people compete with them? No, why can't black people be the originators of something? We keep talking boycotting people who got the market sewed up and locked. Let me see. I'm trying to see if you got some other responses directly up there. Trying to make sure that I catch up. Let me see. What was that? B Queen said, "Who don't want black people to work together? That's an excuse." Nobody said that you don't want. Oh, matter of fact, you said who? Well, you can look at the system that is. Historically speaking, yo, what's up, Ty? What is up? What is up? What's up? Looking at the system that is, at any moment in time that Black Americans had towns and cities, who were the primary? What was the primary reason that the town or city got burnt down? It wasn't because of Black Americans. When you look up that stuff, you'll happen to spot that it was white mobs that went directly through a lot of these towns and cities. They either waterlogged them, they burned them, directly down, they paved directly over them. Like So, as stated before, when you want to say that who don't want black people to work together, the United States, because they've shown that and they've allowed it in a variety of ways historically. It's like I said, it's stuff that's documented. So I'm a little bit confused uh directly on that. You said it's everybody's community. Who what? Um you said you will support the Asian businesses. Okay. That's on you. That's on you. Obviously, you're not Black American. That's what I will sit up there and say, because at the end of the day, if you are, I'm talking about like fully Black American. I'm not talking about like you're just somebody that you want to identify as Black coming from another country in these United States. That doesn't make you Black American. I'm talking about like both of your parents. I'm talking about your grandparents and so on and so on and so on. But like I said, you can't be with the examples that I gave. I know you're not Black American sitting up there saying this directly in the comment section, because that would be a fool's errand. Because like I said, only a matter of time before something happens, before something pops off, and then people want to start going to social media and talking about, oh, woe is me, look at what they did to me. Well, we told you not to be in there. So like I said, shout out to your folks and whoever follows you, where you talking about, well, you going to be on those Asians, go right ahead, knock yourself right on out, and let them Asians knock you right on out. Like I said, go right ahead. You got it. You got it. Like I said, let them keep talking to you in a different language and clowning you, and you don't know what it is that they saying, but you a keying and you laughing and yada 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 directly up in there while they clowning you directly in front of your face while they taking your money. Go right ahead. You got it. Like I said, I can't, like I keep telling people, you can't sit up there and you can't inform people, because people going to do what it is that they want to do at the end of the day. It's nothing that you can sit up there and do. People are going to do what they want to do at the end of the day. Like I said, crazy work, 100%. Now, for another video of a Black woman giving out some information, let me highlight this one here.
Strictly for that man, that Asian man to be specific, that made that declaration and tried to triple double dog dare the Black community to boycott the Asian community, to boycott nail salons, beauty supply stores, Chinese food stores, any type of business that is owned by an Asian. You tried to dare us and tell us and challenge on how far we can get with boycotting y'all businesses. You must not know. You must not understand what our buying power is. If it wasn't for us, this would not be moving. And I wish a lot of us would understand that. Understand how far our money goes. How necessary it is for our money to move this economy here in the United States and around the world. We are that. We are that. We need to stop spending our money. I literally need to get my nails done. I was planning on getting my nails done this weekend. I needed to make an appointment. I told myself earlier this week, Kiana, make an appointment to go get your nails done. Now all that shit then popped off. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to sacrifice not getting my nails done. I'm going to have to sacrifice not getting my nails done because we need to start standing on business. We cannot continue to let these people disrespect us. It has gone on for far too long. Far too long. We have to set a precedent for what we will and will not accept. What happened with that young man that got shot? It wasn't in South Carolina, that was killed in cold blood. That was murder. That young man was murdered over a bottle of water that he did not even steal. And that man got to walk off free and still have his business or businesses within our communities. How dare you have your businesses set up in our communities and you just pillaging us off, picking us off. Y'all, we need to stand for something. Y'all need to stand for something. Whatever it is that you get from out of these Asian businesses, there is a Black business that you can support, whether it is within your community or even if you got to start ordering stuff online for these businesses. Y'all drop in my comments what city you're in and give our people some options on. If you're in Atlanta, nail techs that can do your nails, beauty supply stores. And this is for any city. Y'all drop in these comments and start naming these Black service providers that you know that we frequent when it comes to these Asian people, so that we can start giving our money to our people. It needs to stop. It needs to stop. And it's unfortunate that every Asian business is going to be impacted by this. But at this point, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I understand not all of you all are like this, or that all of you all are not a part of the problem. But unfortunately, y'all gonna all have to suffer for what your people continue to do to my people. Y'all drop in the comments and start naming nail salons, beauty supplies, all of that, restaurants. I don't know, whatever it is that you guys are getting from these Asian stores in your city, we need to create some type of database so that we can start finding alternatives to get this stuff done. And y'all, as a Black community, we need to make it easier for us to use our own services. We need to make it easier. I like the convenience of being able to walk into the nail salon or being able to go on my nail salon's website and immediately get an appointment within a matter of 24 to 48 hours. Please drop some nail tech names in Atlanta that is not, it don't take an arm and a leg for you to make an appointment to get a builder gel. That's all I need is a builder gel fill and maybe some designs every now and again. Y'all, please drop in the comments and start sharing these Black businesses that we can frequent across the United States, because we need to set tone. We need to let that motherfucker know that we're not here to play. You want to call our bluff? We can show you better than we can tell you. Y'all, stand on something. Like I said in one of my previous videos, y'all like to go at it in these comments. Y'all like to play big and bad in these comments. All of y'all be playing in these comments about what you're going to do to somebody. Y'all jump on here about what you're going to do to somebody on y'all videos. This is what we need y'all to do. This is what we all need to band together and do. Stand for something. Let's make it happen. Let's get it. Let's get it.
I love when the Black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners, the laundromats. Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well. Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear, the shower caps, the Hondas, the Hyundais, all your car electricians, the electronics in your house, the Sony, the TV system, your sound system, the microphones that you guys use to rap and speak about awareness for the Black culture and the hip hop culture. Where do you think that's made in? That's made all in Asia. And here's another thing for you guys. You guys want us to leave the neighborhood so bad? Oh, Asian people are in our neighborhoods? We're in white neighborhoods. We have our own Chinatown. We have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit off and make money? A lot of us do go to college as well. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed? Go to the bank, start your own businesses, and deal with your own people. I want to see your own women get on their hands and knees and do pedicures and manicures and deal with nasty ass attitudes, okay? Please, boycott Asian business. I'm all for.
Like I said, it be like that. It 100% be like that. So you got people sitting up there moving. Like I said, the loudest Asian amongst them all sitting up here talking, and you don't really have a lot of Asians trying to counter this dude's talking point. Like I said, that'd be the problem. That's the main thing that we talk about with a lot of these other demographics out here, when it is that they want to always be loudmouth and talk about Black Americans, and they always want to sit up there and throw this and throw that, throw jabs and throw shots and all this other type of stuff, while also being dressed as, while also talking like, right? Taking our, stylings. Like I said, for the Asian dude that said that, how about Asians drop the N-word? Number one. How about y'all stop doing blackface and things of that nature? How about you stop emulating and taking Black music? It don't matter if it's Michael Jackson, or whatever groups, the Jackson 5 or other groups that's directly out there. Don't matter if it's like rappers of past, present, and future. How about y'all stop sitting up there taking directly from that and specifically have your Asian music genre that is specifically you? How about that one? How about you take out those grills and those chains? How about you stop perming your hair so you can make it curly so that you can have fros and you can have black hairstyles? How about that one? Just saying, like I said before, there's quite a bit more, and everything in the sort. But I'm just saying, but they're not going to do that though. Like I said, in the black community, you don't primarily have black folks walking around in Asian gear, meaning that what would be typed as normal Asian styles of dressing. You don't have black people in the black community out in droves doing that. You don't. You might have had some stuff like here and there, like in some California or some New York, wherever there was like a Chinatown or something like that. And you had black people that was really like they really actually loved and respected the culture, and that's what they were doing. Right. That's how they show their admiration. That's how they show their respect and love for the culture. Like they'll sit up there and do things in that way, in respect, not in order to make fun of, not to sit up there and take directly from, not to say that they created this or all this other type of stuff. But like I said, opposite of that, you don't have that running around directly up out here. That's not normally how that works. It be like that. It be like that. So now we got a random one out here talking about don't be a racist, boy. You sound real Caucasian. Looking at the terminology of boy, and I can promise you the only time that you didn't call the black man a boy is on the internet. I can promise you that. Because I bet you if we were to put you into the blackest areas walking down the street, you're not about to sit up there and address anybody as boy. It's not going to work out. This ain't God of War. You must think you Kratos. You must think you Kratos talking to Atreus. Like you, nah, that's not how that's working here. You don't got the blades of chaos. You don't got the blood of Zeus. You don't have no gods, looking out for you, and you ain't defeat no gods either. So you like I said, you can be as nice as you want to be behind that keyboard and calling, black men boys if you want to. We just know in real life you ain't doing that. We just know you ain't going to. Oh yeah, you real old. You old and stupid. You talking about did you just say homeboy? I can't even take you serious. This man was like, "What you gonna do about it, homeboys?" Like it's bad when it's gotten to the point where you know that people are racist, and you can't even get offended no more. You just gotta laugh. Yo, let me tell you something. If I were to see you in real life and you came at me talking about what you gonna do about it, homeboy, I'm laughing directly in your face. That right there is crazy. Yo, that is funny. Yo, that is funny. Yo, I love that. Yo, that is incredible right there. That is crazy. The craziest part is I didn't have like 9,999 people come through here at a moment in time and try to call me racist, and it's never stuck. And then you still trying to come up here with a random profile with a burner account, and you want to speak to like that's the craziest part. Like I said before, y'all real quick to sit up there and throw up burner accounts and to start saying this and that and all this. It's it's normal. But the other thing which is a bit sad is that when a conversation technically ain't even really about you, you still pull up to the scene to highlight yourselves because you don't really get the desired attention that you want even from your own people. And you come directly here to black channels to get attention from black people, the same ones that you say are racist, the same ones that you say don't like you and all this other type of stuff. It's very weird. Like I said, I don't find myself going directly to white channels out here trying to get attention. I'm not going to nobody else's channels out here trying to get attention. I stay directly on my side and by my side. That is it. But y'all the ones pulling up like some straight weirdos, like some lost children that need aid. Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. You talking about show my face? Go look up previous videos that I've done in live streams. Like I said, I don't got nothing against the gay community. It's, it's 2026. I ain't judging, but for you to be a grown man and talking about you want to see my face, that is a bit weird. That's quite a bit suspectual. Like I said, I ain't judging. I ain't judging. I don't really go that way, but that's on you, buddy. That is directly on you. You said, and yeah, stay racist on your side, but aren't you on my side? You say that I'm racist, but you keep trying to get attention from a racist. Ain't that the definition of insanity right there? Right? You say that somebody is racist, so wouldn't you move away from the racist? Wouldn't you not try to get or obtain attention from a racist? That's like me trying to have conversations with the KKK. Do you or neo groups or right wing groups? And I know that they don't like black people at all, but I don't. Clearly, somebody does not know how to listen at all. Hey, like I said, it's 2026. Ain't nobody judging. You can go out there and do whatever it is that you want to do. Caucanite. Like I said, I got nothing. Whatever you got, Yetis and snow apes and everything of the sort want to do out here in the world. Hey, go out there and do what you want to sit up there and do. Like I said, hey, you come from a caveite generation. It is a-okay with me. Like I said, you probably love the Proud Boys too. Yeah, that's crazy. That is diabolical. So, like I said before, so this conversation is not even entertaining for me anymore. So let me just help you directly out because you said I was racist from the get-go. So there you go. So now you can no longer talk to a racist because the conversation ain't even fun. You're saying the exact same stuff that y'all have always said. Nothing new, nothing entertaining, nothing to go directly off of. It's not even entertaining for television. There's no reason to have you here. So what else we got? Yo, Mr. Williams, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Yo, what is up, Soul? What is going on? What is going on? What is happening? Tippy, I gotta do a roll call real quick. What is up, Sonny? We got Rabbit directly in here as well, too. We got Shauna. We got Ty in the building. I think we also got Hack. I think we also got Sham. Yep. Yep. Who else do we got? Who else do we got? We also, I was gonna say Outlaw, but we also had Brandon V World directly up here. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the $10 new. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Who else do we got directly up here? I'm trying to actually go to all the way back. As a matter of fact, we got Chris T directly in the building. Like I said, I'll be forgetting a roll call technically because I get, caught up in the conversation and everything of the sort. So my bad. I apologize. What was it? Mr. Williams said, I'm glad they finally poked the bear. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, for me, and I've said this even back during like the pandemic and whatnot, more of this needs to happen. The more of it that happens and it's out there in the open, the quicker that a lot of Black Americans can get directly, on page, on the same chord and everything of the sort. Sham was like asking about video games. What am I going to swing this directly to the PlayStation? What's the name? Yo, Nature, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Oh, Hack got a brand new picture up there. See. Sam was like, they forgot we had Madam CJ Walker, who invented all of the stuff those Chinese people sell. Yeah. Like I said, we've had Black people in the Black community do things dealing with both hair and cosmetics. They make it seem as though that Black women primarily and only depended on Asians. Nah, before Asians really even existed here, Black women was already doing that. So, like I said, they film themselves way too much. Like I said, all of that money, all those billions of dollars went directly to their head, and they think that they are the end all to be all. So now they want to tempt fate. Like I said, it's crazy. Pink said, I'm headed to work. I'll catch the playback later. I got you. Have a great day. Well, is it a day? Well, great evening. Directly at work. Have a safe trip there from to and from. Gotta get my lines together. Tippy said we boycotting food too. I'm just asking. Tippy, that's everything. It's supposed to be, the main stuff that black people go to in the community. So that's food and that's for black women that's dealing with the nails and the beauty care and all that other type of stuff. So, that's pretty much where it is. Now, this clown that you see directly in front of the screen, he wanted to try to take it to an extra limit. He was like, "Yeah, boycott those cell phones and everything. I want to see y'all do that." It's like you're telling people to try to get rid of stuff that is already technically entrenched within the everyday workings of how society, in a sense, moves. But the crazy part is how he wanted to talk about the cars before Asians were even making cars or anything dealing with that. We had that over here. Like, it's like, what are you talking about? Like it's crazy when folks want to make it seem like they're really the end all to be all to everything. Like I said, originally China started off as being the copycats of the world, and then within time, due to the help of America, they ended up becoming the tech power that they currently are at this moment in time. So, like I said before, be like that. But if the United States would have put America first, and by what I mean by America is putting all people first, which means that, hey, if you made amends directly with Black Americans, and then you made sure that we'll be fine and dandy working jobs in our communities and all this other type of stuff. You wasn't trying to railroad or redline or do any of this other type of bull stuff. The country would be far better at this moment in time because of the money that will be spent internally. Because Black Americans would spend money in America first before spending it elsewhere. But like I said, you try to inform and tell white people that, hey, if you keep messing with this, it's going to mess up with the money flow for everybody. And like I said, this is why money is all over the place. Like I said, like, yo, you can't, like I said, man, you can't tell people nothing. Like I said, shout out to the wealthy and the rich elites directly out there, because the psychological warfare that they worked on with white folks, they did a stupendous job. They did a knockout job. They got them. We got them. We got them, guys. We got them. Like they did a stupendous job. Like I said, they got white people to a point where it's like, hey, we're going to not like another group of people to the point of messing up things financially in our own country. Crazy. That is crazy work. Let me see. You say he's afraid of losing the black dollar. I mean, it'd be like that. But he's the one that's going to be the causation of it. Like I said before, Black Americans, we were focused on other groups of people saying stuff about us. We were focused on other groups of people. And then you decide to jump directly into the fray. And then not only that, you make a secondary video doubling down and trying to make Black Americans the face of who was of the Stop the Asian Hate again in 2026. Like, what are we doing here? And you up here like some, yo, I need people in my Asian community. I need y'all to sit up there and like really be on the lookout and this and that and the third, because the blacks are going to come for you after this trial. What are you talking about? Where do you see millions of black people talking about we're about to descend? Like, some vigilantes coming from a blacked out Nighthawk helicopter and go into Asian communities and we're about to take vengeance. Where is that at? It ain't. Like I said, you got these folks out here talking stupid. Like I said, the racism is peak at this moment in time. That dude right there, that's on the screen, he's full-blown racist. For you to sit up there and say that black people are automatically going to come out and start targeting and going directly after the Asian community because of this is crazy. For you to sit up there and tell Asian people to treat Black Americans like they're the plague, when white people are the main ones that sat up there and said that the pandemic was a China virus, China, that's crazy. Like I said before, y'all will put all of this type of mouth, y'all will talk with y'all chest outs as Asians towards the Black community, but you will never sit up there and have that mouth for white people. That's crazy. And those the main people that have been sitting up there doing y'all wrong and doing y'all the worst. Like I said, didn't the United States sit up there and drop bombs directly on Japan twice, but then you still got Asians talking crazy directly to us. Don't y'all got like white folks both from Europe and the United States going over to China and they causing all types of problems over there, but y'all still got y'all mouth open online talking about Black Americans and how we're the ones that being problematic. But while doing that, y'all over there in China or other Asian countries coming up with a black doll named Natasha. Like, what we doing? What are we doing? But Black Americans are racist and we're problematic and we're xenophobic and y'all need to have this anti-Asian hate bill because of Black America. Come on, dog, miss me with all that. Miss me with that. Somebody said, "How about blacks killing blacks? How about white people killing everybody? How about that one? How about the extermination that be happening and going on wherever y'all happen to touch land? Something is dying. How about that one? How about the biological warfare that takes place and that happens day in and day out? How about that one? What about that one? What about the high propensity of white males that decide to go after children in the community? What about the high propensity of white males that don't get their way and they decide to go directly after women? How about that one? What happened with that? Don't want to talk about that? How about the high propensity of white males to go into bestiality? How about that one? Lions, tigers, bears, oh my. Hide your kids, hide your wives, hide your dogs and other animals because they come for everybody out here. You need to close down the zoos as well too because they come for them too. How about that? But you don't want to talk about that though. You don't want to go there though, right? Don't want to talk about, don't want to mention none of that. That's some crazy work. That's crazy. In the same household where you reside, you going after everybody in the family, including the family dog. That's why it's called man's best friend. That's crazy work. That's diabolical. Crazy. But yet here we are. And you want to sit up there and talk about what about black people crime within proximity? Wild work. Aren't y'all just aren't we still like in some type of war right now and y'all bombing folks? Like what are we talking about? You got the most blood in your hands out of every civilization known to man at this moment in time. What are we talking about? Y'all done dropped 2 bombs, nuclear devices that you created. What are we talking about at this moment? Like what? That's wild. That is wild. Like I say, ain't it white people right now trying to open up portals and y'all trying to cause like some mist type effects going on? Y'all trying to create portals to other dimensions of which y'all don't even know nothing about. Last time I checked, aren't y'all the ones that sat up there and said, now we got a space force when y'all sat up there and told everybody that there's no other life in the universe, aliens don't exist, that God only made man, Adam and Eve? I thought that's how it went, but now all of a sudden we got aliens, they exist. And now aliens are both above as below. That's crazy. That's some wild work. Like I said, y'all be lying all over the place. Y'all done set up there and told everybody for the longest time that, yo, you guys are some liars. Aliens don't exist. You guys are conspiracy theorists. Here in 2024, 5 and 6, all of a sudden, aliens exist. The moment in time that mall incident happened back in Florida, everybody was like, yeah, there's no aliens. There was no portal. There was no this. There was no that. Then as soon as the Trump administration releases, hey, we got files on aliens. There's reptilians. There's Nephilim. There's this and there's that. Y'all now believe it. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Oh, wow, this administration is top notch. They're telling all the government secrets. I knew I voted the right way. No, they just been hiding stuff from you, stupid. Like, that's crazy. I'm trying to figure out, so which one do y'all believe in? Do y'all still believe in God or do y'all believe in other beings being directly out there? Because last time I checked, even when you deal with the Bible, there's no talk of aliens. And when there was a reference of aliens, people said that those were basically demons or jinns or, evil spirits. So I'm a little bit confused. So I'm like, what are we specifically, like, where are we at right now? Just trying to figure out. Just trying to figure out. Somebody said it sucks that the Asian guy's right. What is the Asian guy right on? Let me know something. I'm just trying to sit up there and figure out. Yeah, Lamont said Ralph is a part of the Cabbage Patch Kids. Yeah, it is. A lot of white people don't even know what that is. Case in point, going back to the instance where people basically stated that they don't even have an internal dialogue, they can't even hear themselves speak. Or better yet, if you tell them to imagine an apple, they can't even do that. Yeah, you ain't real. You are an NPC. You are a copy. You are a clone. You are something that really should not even exist. So it's like, yeah, it's crazy, but it'd be like that. It'd be like that though. Um, Somebody said you're dealing with an evil spiritual ideology that these racist people believe in. It's crazy work. It's diabolical. Well, yeah, that's currently where we are at this moment in time. Directly to the Ralph character. Like I said, that's the main go-to. We could talk about anything else and focus on anything else. And then they come directly up here where they want to be like, but what about the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks? Like I said, crazy work. That is crazy. Yeah, I knew who y'all responded to. I mean, if you're I'll be cordial. If you're asking if I can hear what you're saying, meaning internal dialogue, basically using an internal voice in order to read what it is that you're saying, in that instance, yes. That's why I told people before, because I also know certain people's voices, like one of my moderator, Tippy. Whenever she talks, I hear her voice automatically. Or if I've never heard that person's voice, again, it'll be my own voice internally reading as I'm talking on a whole different subject. I'm reading, out loud, in a sense, mentally, what that person wrote. So yeah. Like what? I'm a little bit confused. You said stop being so self-hating. I don't even know who you're directing that towards. That within itself is wild. I know you can't be directing it towards me, because that doesn't even make sense. Dun, 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 dun. Ralph said, because you're talking ish. I mean, if I'm talking nothing but trash, then you wouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here, actually. If I'm talking nothing but garbage, you shouldn't be here, right? It would be a waste of your time. It would be a waste. It would bring your IQ points down. Why would you be here? Stupid. Like, that doesn't make any type of sense. You say that I'm talking and it's making no type of sense. I'm not making any type of points. Then why are you here? Like I said, for interaction. Like I said, point proven. You got people that can't even sit up there and get attention. Yet again, lost children that can't get attention from people of their own communities, and they come directly here to bother black folks when they minding their business and talking about what it is that they talk about. Crazy work, diabolical. Thank you for proving my points. VG said, what's your opinion directly on the video? Number one, that is hilarious, as I've stated directly before, and more of it needs to happen, so that people can get directly on the same page. The quicker that it happens, the better it will be for a lot of people directly out here. Like I said, I ain't worried about feelings or emotions or whatnot or whatever. People got to deal directly with the truth and look at that truth in the face and figure out how to move directly with it. It's like, if you can't deal with it, you're going to be on the sidelines. If you can deal with it, then you're going to know how to move properly. You're going to plan accordingly. It's that simple. Let me see. Timmy said, if black people wanted their own hair supply stores, we have to get permission from them to get black-owned hair products. And they say no. Sounds like systematic racism to me. Well, I would say in the instance, Tippy, when it deals with the stuff that Asians control, that's where they're able to have this, this monopoly, this mob type of mentality directly on it. If it's on black products, they can't stop that from happening, because we can literally get in contact and go to social media and talk to, whoever makes those black products, and we can actually get into contact with them. They can't stop that. There's nothing Asians can do to sit up there and stop us from talking and doing business, when they can't do nothing about that. But when it deals with something that is specifically within their realm, like they got in one area of China, they got several factories that manufacture parts for one specific thing. So they can come up with price points and all this other type of stuff because those factories are within, driving distance. And like I said, they can do that. But Mr. Williams said they don't know that we are sick of all of them. I mean, it'd be like that. Like I said, and I try to tell people, when you got one loudmouth person that want to pull up to the scene and they want to start talking nonsense, it's going to be problematic for a lot of folks directly out there because they refuse to check this loudmouth person. Like I said, far too many times when it deals with conversations online, and if somebody black says something about another minority group, you will have fields of black folks come out and they will defend that minority group, right? They will actually call them directly out, face and everything directly out there, and they will call them out verbatim, use their clip, whatever it is, and talk them directly down into the ground. But when it deals with the reverse specifically happening, that's not what be going on. Like I say, you don't see that same energy being given. All right, so what we're gonna do is let me see what the volume is. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. All right, so I'm gonna re-edit this one because it's a short clip, so it's not gonna take that long in order to get this going. So I'm gonna make this clip a little bit louder because the previous clip we were having some technical difficulties, wasn't as loud or as loud as it should have been. So let me get this clip directly up here because somebody wanted to make a video saying the FBAs don't have the same energy for the Asians, and I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, I'm not sure where you got that directly from, but okay. Let me see what else we got directly up here. Let me do. What else do we got? Somebody say you seem very smart. Hey, much appreciation. Yo, DJ, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? So let's go directly to this next clip. It should be able to go. I don't think I should have to take anything down real quick. So let me put this up there for you guys and listen to what this guy has to say.
You FBAs, not one African, not one Caribbean shot a black child. Not one shot a black child over a water bottle. Not one. But y'all continue to shop at Asian hair markets. Go get Asian food. You people are spineless. Y'all don't call out the real tether. The Asians that have tethered themselves to your community, feeding you rats. You don't care. You don't care.
So obviously by his verbiage, I know that he's not Black American. The weirdest part is to try to say FBA when you would just say the Black community. That's a little bit weird. So that also shows who he was specifically, the specific demographic he was going towards, which again, he missed the mark all over the place. And he's also talking slow. I'm not sure if he might be a bit delayed. He also looks delayed. But to say that Black Americans don't call out Asians, you are completely insane. Like this is what it looks like when somebody thinks that they're making a point and they're not even close. So I'm like, throughout history, when Black Americans have called out Asian folks for either taking culture, mocking, copying, being racist, blackface, so you mean to tell me that you never seen any of those videos of Black people specifically calling that type of stuff out? Or calling out the Asian community for being racist or, being bigoted or discriminatory practices, or you missed all of that. You never seen none of that. But you made sure to say that no African or Caribbeans did X, Y, and Z and all this. You're right, they didn't do that. But I can give you stories where Africans or Caribbeans have caused harm directly in the Black community. by way of taking lives, especially in New York. So I'm pretty sure you don't want to do that. I'm pretty sure you don't want to look at those stats. The amount of immigrants there that want to sit up there and start, pulling out knives and slashing and taking lives. I'm pretty sure you don't want to sit up there and talk about that, right? But you want to sit up there and say that Black Americans are spineless. What is spineless is when you have a group of people that flee and run directly from their country, be it Africa or elsewhere, and then you come into the United States because Black Americans fought so hard and struggled through all types of things in order to make this better for everybody else. And then you establish yourself, and then after you establish yourself, you then see Black Americans, and you're like, hey, I'm going to take from your community, monetize it, make money, somehow, some way, try to lay claim or say that historically that this didn't even come from you. And then on top of that, you're going to side directly with the exact same system that has oppressed Black Americans for the longest time possible, enslaved Black Americans, caused blood, sweat, bodies all over the floor. And then on top of that, you're going to not only side by them and make money with them and for them, you're also going to help sign off on their laws that are also going to impact your own demographic and your own people. And then while doing that, you're going to sit on the sidelines during some police protests, and you're going to sit up there and body block for the police, the exact same police that took the lives of Black Americans. And not only do you do that, you then go out and you get yourselves in trouble by voting the way in which you wanted to sit up there and vote, thinking that it was only going to be harmful to Black Americans. And oops, you done found out because you played stupid games and won stupid prizes that the end result is that it was going to heavily and negatively impact and affect you the utmost. And then you come online crying. And then when Black Americans tell you, I told you so, you then want to sit up there and turn around and get mad when Black Americans don't do what it is or be the little dogs that you thought that we were in order to be attacking directly for you, right? And then on top of that, you want to decide to talk bad about us while talking in your own language, like I said, to the Nigerians, like the video of that young Nigerian cat that was up there amongst his own people, where one of the women of his culture called him a Nakata, and he laughed about it, and he took him in, and he was like, no, and started talking both in his language and in English, basically saying, I'm not Nakata. It's like I look like this, like my hair is like this, I got tattoos, my ears are pierced, but internally I know that I am a Nigerian man. I'm a proud Nigerian. I know where my people come from. I know my language. I know this, and I know, like I said, man, that's that's the spineless. That's the spineless right there, where you're talking about you're so proud of your culture, but yet you imitate Black Americans, the same people that you say don't even have a culture. You say that we're not even proud of nothing, but yet you imitate and you take directly from us. That's crazy. That's some wild work. That's what's spineless. But like I said, don't want to talk about that though. But y'all always got y'all mouths directly open in defense for white folks directly out here. The same folks that's packing y'all up. The same folks that's getting y'all on these planes up out of here. The same people that y'all sided with because y'all thought if y'all were good little dogs, that white people were going to sit up there and just give you the house. Psych. They put up a green screen. They lied directly to you. They got you with the AI real quick, and you fell directly for it. Hook, line, and sinker, because they told you that all you got to do is play this game with us. We're going to get the blacks out of here, and then and y'all going to have y'all slice of the pie. They lied to you. They lied to you. They lied to you. I don't know how many times I got to sit up there and say they lied to you, but they lied to you. And now you sitting up here looking stupid, and you still doing the exact same tricks that your master taught you, but it's not good enough no more. You sacrificed everything. They don't need you no more. There's nothing worth of value that you can give to them. You're not needed. This is why they're getting you up out of here. That's why they're packing you up. And then you got the nerve to make this video talking about that Black Americans don't have this type of energy for the Asian communities. Yes, we do. We've always had. Now, if you want to sit up there and say that the Democratic Party don't got this type of energy for the Asian community, the Black Democratic Party, you are 1,000% right. And that's the other thing I want to speak on too. I find it funny. This is the umpteenth time that Asians and other folks then come directly online attacking the black community. I don't see none of these Democratic podcasters out here saying nothing. They don't got no type of energy for any of this stuff that's being said about black Americans, how it is that we are specifically being attacked verbally out here on these social media streets. But like I said, let black Americans go out there on a limb and say anything in response to any one of these groups of people. You're going to have all of these Democratic black podcasters coming on the scene trying to sit up there and say how wrong black people are, and then they're going to try to pedestalize all these other groups of people and say that we shall overcome and we need to come together and this that. Like I said, man, yo, the jig is up for a lot of folks. That's all I'm saying. The jig is up for a lot of different groups, for a lot of different folks directly about here, even within the black community, especially for those who have decided to side against us while sitting up there stating that they are for us. The jig is up for a lot of people about here. It is up for a lot. And people don't even understand it. And then for the ones that do, they want to sit up there and start crying wolf. But you've been the wolf the whole time. So it's like, that's crazy. I just got to look at you sideways. I'm like, you've been an enemy since day one. How y'all here crying wolf? Like, what we doing? You just been masquerading. Like, yo, that's crazy. Like that is 100% crazy. That is 100% crazy. 100%. Like, man, I'm a little bit confused. I'm like, for who is this? Okay, I get it. Cooler, Dragon Ball Z, Frieza, Lord, Chill, and all that. I get it. Uh, who are you specifically talking about? Because, like I said, people keep writing stuff sometimes in the comment section in order to, uh, you know, do whatnot or whatever. And you keep writing, talking about stop hating yourself. Like I'm like, who are you directing that towards? Like specifically, like use the at character. Like if you just talking in general, all right, cool. If you're talking about the dude in the video, you should list that. If you're talking to me, you need to put that at button. Because like I said, because then we can have a conversation. Hack said the closet door is opening up. Yo, Leonard, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? Jam said a lot of people get paid to say ish against us too. Yeah, they do. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shauna said, honestly, I don't think anybody is invited to the cookout anymore. We have closed that door. At least I hope we did. Well, you got some of us that did. You got other folks directly out there that's still flippy floppy when it deals with this whole thing, which again to me is crazy. I'm like, if people are specifically showing you verbatim what it is that they represent and how it is that they are, it's like I don't understand why you're still moving in that type of way. Like I said, even when it dealt with black men and black women directly out here, when you're dealing with other groups or other cultures of people, and you know for a fact that you're going to be facing an uphill battle meeting their family, or being directly there, it's like, dog, why even do it? Like, why even do it? Like, it don't even make any type of sense. It's like you're putting yourself in a predicament of which, like, you just going to be eating outside. Like I said, I think there was a video I gave to y'all before where a young black dude, he went over whoever his girlfriend was during that time. He tried to go over there for Thanksgiving, and I think he was like eating outside or something, like something stupid. I'm like, dog, you did that to yourself. I don't feel sorry for you. I'm like, you shouldn't have been that stupid. Like, I'm pretty sure that there were warning signs directly out there that her parents are racist, or the family that she goes directly to, for whatever reason, that girl didn't like you or love you enough to still sit up there and bring you there. If anything, you should have just went to your family spot, but still you shouldn't have been with her. Right. And I have that same exact energy there, the exact same way I have directly for black women. When black women are out here and they doing the boo hoo hoo and the woe is me and making videos and talking about, I didn't know that people in the world could be so racist. I don't know who raised you, because I'm like, yeah, that was going to happen. Like I said, I done shown multiple TikTok videos where, what was it? It was a white boy, and he was all fine walking with like the black girl, but as soon as like his older grandparents, showed up, he pushed her in the pool. Like I said before, all of these videos that you got folks like that a part of, like like I said, people do it to themselves, man. It's why I don't be too shocked about stuff no more. Like that is 100% crazy to me. Like I said, you can try to warn people and you can try to tell people exactly what it is, but too many people are hard headed, and even when they're shown, that's not enough. Like I said, it was somebody who sat up there and said that uh, and paraphrasing that black people have gone through a lot of pain and they've been shown a lot of truth, but they're going to need to go through a lot more pain in order to understand. So that's what's going to have to happen. And that deals with both the black community in general. That deals with both, black men, black women, everybody. Because, like I said, like there's nothing else. Like I said, nature got to take its course on this. Because it gets to the point where you're just tired of talking, and like you just gotta let the cards fall where they may. You know, like I said, that is crazy. Saquon said, no, dude, in the video, not you, said you. No, no, no. There was a dude up there, Cooler, who wrote that comment. He was like, stop hating and stop hating yourself for being black. You know? Like I said, I was just trying to figure out. So I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about the Cooler. Let me just highlight so people know. Yeah. Talking about the individual here. Black Law said, keep doing the work, bro. Appreciate you. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. But like I said before, when it dealt with that whole like interracial thing, that's like I'm pretty much sort of kind of done with that. With trying to like inform people and tell people certain stuff, you know. Um, like I said, to be like that. What was it? Tibby Shauna said, I feel you. Yeah. Tibby said, I saw a video of a interracial couple. The white boyfriend gave his black girlfriend a cup of urine and the white friend laughed about it. Woo, that's crazy. Like I said, let me tell y'all something, man. Some of the most craziest videos that I've seen, like I've seen a few crazy videos when it deals with like black dudes and some interracial relationships. But by far, I could sit up there and tell you because I got a catalog of the craziest videos and pictures that I've seen are of black women in interracial relationships. I don't know what that's about. I don't know why it's even like that, but that is just crazy. It is just crazy. Like I said before, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'm perplexed. Yeah, I'm perplexed. What was it? Shauna said I got rid of him. That's why he didn't write back. I got you. I'm like, dang. I'm like, that dude, he must have took a break or something. Sham was like, Tippy, didn't I just say stay off the side of the internet? Oh, you think that Sham, I needed you in the last live. The stuff that Tippy was writing. Oh, the stuff that Tippy was writing that day was wild. I'm like, where is Sham? I'm like, where is Sham right now to take this woman's phone? Let me, stuff that woman was writing was crazy. And Tippy know it too, because she was laughing in the comment section. I'm like, Tippy, no. Oh my goodness. If Sham was here, oh my goodness. Tippy said I seen a video of a white girl walking her black boyfriend like a dog with the leash on his neck. I think I seen that one too. I think I know the video that you're talking about too. Like I said, now the videos that I've seen, I can't really explain those. The pictures would have to be. Can I even? I'm not even sure if I can even put that. I wouldn't even put that on Discord. I wouldn't even do it. I'm not gonna do that. Like I said, it's bad. Whatever you can theorize, or think of, those are pretty much either the videos, pictures, or the images, or a combination of both. Like I said, it's bad. It's just bad. Give me a second. So yeah, it's like what was it? He said, what did Sham say? Sham said Tippy is on the illegal side of Instagram watching stuff that no human should watch. Yeah, that's why I was telling you, Sham, you gotta sit up there and take Tippy's phone. Like I don't know what she be doing. Tippy just be watching a whole bunch of stuff. She don't got no business to watch it. Like I said, it's bad. Tippy said it wasn't crazy. Tippy said it was beautiful. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Wait, what part is she? What part is she talking about? I'm a little bit confused. Uh, I guess. Wait, I guess Tippy's some of the stuff that she be watching. I guess it's Tippy just be watching some stuff. Now to segue. Well, no. Actually, no. Let me not even say that. I think let me just go back real quick. I should have a yeah. We actually do got I don't even care. I'm not even gonna try to roll through and edit the video real quick. I just put it up.
Hey, quick little tit. To that Asian motherfucker that said that black people can never boycott us because we need you guys. No, fuck, nigga, we don't. We don't need you. Let's historically talk about something called redlining. The reason why you go to any black neighborhood and you find an Asian store, be it a fucking hair store, a liquor store, corner store, whatever. Do you know why that is, bitch? It's because when y'all went into white neighborhoods and wanted loans from banks, they denied you. If your address for your so-called business was going to be in a white neighborhood or predominantly white area, they would say, no, we're not giving you that. We won't give you a loan for that. But they would give you a loan if you put your business in a black neighborhood, meaning you're not good enough for them, but they felt like you were good enough for us. We were doing well before you got to this motherfucker because we had what? Black-owned businesses that did the exact same fucking thing that you guys are doing. But because of redlining, bitch, in the late 60s and early 70s, motherfucker, y'all came over this bitch and they started giving our business loans to y'all fuck niggas. That's what happened. You won't go into any area that's predominantly white and find any fucking Asian hair store. You know why? Right. It's not because white people don't need hair products. Bitch, they don't want you there.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want you there. You will not go to any white predominantly area and find, guess what? An all Asian fucking corner store or gas station. No. You won't find that. Mm-hmm. You won't find y'all motherfucking asses nowhere as far as owning a business in a white neighborhood or predominantly white area ever. You won't. You might live there. But the sad thing is, though, you will never be able to, in America, especially under this regime, you will never be able to open a business where you live at. You won't, because you're not good enough for them people. The same way you try to shit on us, bitch, we have something, our own neighborhoods with black businesses. Because the day yours closed down, we can buy your business and open ours right up. We could do that. Where we live, in our neighborhoods. Can you do the same? Can you do the same? Because unlike black people, y'all don't live amongst yourselves. Y'all don't live amongst your own. Y'all don't. Y'all may shop amongst your own in Chinatown, those Oriental places, but y'all don't live amongst your own. Go to Chinatown, in any area. They don't live there. There's just stores there. And usually Chinatown is run down, usually. It is. So get the fuck out of my face talking about we need y'all. You need us because the only way you guys are going to make a profit is if we give you the money because they don't feel like you guys are worth it. Yeah. How about them apples?
And she's 1,000% right. 1,000% right. And that right there is usually why I try to edit the videos because normally, when people feel a certain type of way, about the content or different things out there, people are going to be expressive. So I try to edit a lot of that stuff out. So, that was unedited. So it's been a minute. It's been a minute having an unedited video directly up out here. I make sure in a standalone, piece or whatever that it's fully edited. But yeah. Yep. This is how it be. They feel that we depend solely on them for a lot of the things that we need, and that is just not the case. Like I said, let it be a point of which that black women go back. And again, this ain't something that never happened. It's happened before quite a many a times throughout history. Let it be a time where black women are like, all right, we're going back to just doing natural hair. Oh, these Asian businesses, they out. These beauty supply stores, they're out. They don't know nothing about natural nothing, because anything that has to do with the upkeep of a black woman's natural hair, they can make at home. And Asians, there's no way that they can sit up there and do anything about that. They can't corner the market directly on that. They can't stop a black woman from opening up a store where it's black female owned, and black women are making the products for there's nothing that they can do, because people are going to look at it as like, would I rather buy these products from somebody Asian who don't care or know anything about black hair or black women, or would I rather spend my money in a black owned female business where black women are making these products? They're going to go towards black women, because the black woman actually knows about black female hair, all the C's, the C1, 2, 3, 4, C5, all of those different calibers of hair when it deals with black women, and then can also explain stuff about growth. No Asian man out here can sit up there and tell a black woman about growth of black female hair. He don't know nothing about that. Like he would actually have to study. He would have to take the time out and probably go to school, and then be heavily working directly with and amongst black women in order to understand it. And then even still, then he's still not going to have an understanding because he's not a black woman. So there's that. Like I said, that's some crazy work. But this is what happens when you have people that their egos are so large, because they're inflated, and that was also due partly because of black Americans, specifically black American women deciding that they wanted to spend billions of dollars with these Asians. So now they out here talking crazy when it deals with black women. Now they just out here talking crazy because they got all of this money and they think that it's going to be forever, and it's not. Like I said, let it be a moment in time where black women are like, hey, we done with all of this stuff. We're going natural. It's over. It's over. It is over. It's going to be a whole nother industry that's going to be built, and it's going to cut out the Asian market. There ain't going to be nothing that you can do, because ain't nobody going to be trying to buy nothing that says made in China. They ain't going to trust that. And what? The black products magically going to have like lead or something else direct? Ain't nobody about to be doing that. Ain't nobody about to be doing that. I don't know what this person is talking about right here. Talking about, do you know a song? It's like, what? To be said, I think black women should drop the fake hair and weaves and have beautiful beauty supplies shops catered to natural hair, skincare, and body care. Yeah, I agree. Sham said some black women started using wool and acrylic yarn to make weave and wigs. I remember during a certain time frame where you had black women, they were actually using like yarn as a part of the hairstyle. I remember that. It was like sewn directly in to give like a type of like highlight, or like something different, with there. I was like, that's pretty dope. I'm like, I like that. That's pretty different. It's like you got your natural hair and you got that directly sewn to it. I'm like, all right, I see you. Like I said, the creativity when it deals with like black women in the hair, nobody else. Like I said, nobody else is touching that at all. And then somebody, it was something else, right? When let me see if I can find this real quick. I'm not even gonna go to that one. Let me see. What is it called? Bouncy dress? It should pop up. Oh, maybe it won't. I lied to myself. Yeah, so you got the dresses. I guess it's like the bouncy dress or whatnot or whatever, where black women were sitting up there like wearing the dresses. They were the ones that were, really wearing them and buying them, and had, made them like what it is that they are. And for whatever reason, you now have white women online trying to hurry up and like buy these dresses when they weren't even focused on the dresses or anything of the sort. I'm like, come on now. I'm like, why are we doing this? I'm like, and then normally with the bouncy dresses, normally with these types of like dresses and these styles, you normally have a body type that matches and goes, directly with it. And it's like, it's crazy. Like I'm sitting up there looking and I'm just seeing like white women just doing like basic type of stuff. Yeah, yeah, like this is just it don't make any type of sense. I'm like, why even do this? Like I said, normally when the dress is on, it's more it's more than just the dress that is actually bouncing. So, like I said, a lot of people be missing the memo when they opt to do this, and then we got the stereotypical. That don't even make sense. That one don't even make sense. Like I said, I'm just looking through TikTok right now and just looking through these videos, and I'm like, I don't even understand. Don't even understand why people sit up there and do it to themselves. Don't even understand. Like I said, people making stuff into a competition that people didn't even figure was a race. It's like, what is going on? Yo, Shem was like, some black women figured out you can flat iron yarn and curl it into weaves and tracks, and then they're using it for those. That's dope. That's dope. Um, what was it? Caroline. Hopefully I pronounced it right because I'm looking at it. Well, I'm gonna say Carol, my bad. You said they better recognize, don't they know Moses parted the Red Sea? He didn't need Pharaoh to accomplish his goals either. Sham said that what Asian people don't understand is that hair is a form of expression and art for us. They think we wear wigs to not do our hair, being lazy. Not no trust. If that was the case, the hair business would be dead. Hackman said trendsetters, bars. Sham said it's because hair in black culture is an art. It says trends. And okay, wait. Oh, okay, I got you. You just shortened it. Oh no. You said it's because the hair in the black culture is an art and it sets trends, what we do in that expression, and that's why weave is so popular for us. Sham also said that also white women use wigs and weaves a lot more than black women. That is true. Let me see. I'm highly confused. I'm highly confused. Like I said, I may bring up the whole bouncy dress thing a little bit later because I'm gonna have to sit up there and keep that up there for a minute because that's crazy. That whole thing within itself is diabolical. Diabolical. Also, much love, respect, and appreciation, and shout out to those who pulled up to the previous video uh dealing with where I stated that for the title of the video, I'm like, they would have canceled black men instantly if like instead of it being an Asian man going out there saying all of that stuff online, if it was a black man and he said that about black women and he owned a business, he would have been canceled instantly, which is 1,000% true. 1,000%. But again, like I said, you got folks out there that don't want to pay attention. They don't want to look directly at the situation and what specifically is taking place. Somebody said they treat you like that because they know you'll keep coming back and they will despise you more and more. Then we got okay, that back comment. I don't even know what I was putting in the back either. So yeah, like I said, that's crazy. Let me see what else we got. Oh yeah, I think that's it. What we got, like 53 directly from here. So yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to everybody that was a part of the live stream. Any and all things that you've been able to see Wait, what did Tippy say? Oh, plus black people not racist. A lot of us like Bruce Lee. You sat up there and went from like the white standpoint. That's crazy, Tippy. No, but it is true. A lot of us like a lot of stuff that deals with like Asian culture, and we've supported it directly over time. Like I said, when it dealt with like Asian martial arts films, the reason why it got popular is because of the black community. It's like we wasn't really, seeing or getting other movies directly into our movie theaters, but we could always see like Asian films and those that get played. So automatically we fell in love with Asian culture that way. Like I said, like Asian people keep playing if they want to. They can keep thinking that they can sit up there and do without black people. Go right ahead, knock yourself right on out. Knock yourself right on out, and you'll sit up there and figure out the hard way. But anyways, much love. Oh yeah, anime as well too. That's bars. 100%. 100%. But much love, respect, and appreciation. Thanks to everybody that's been a part of the live stream, part of the conversation. Uh, thank you to anybody who has donated by way of the chat, the membership, rubies or rupees, however they got it pronounced, whatever's the currency for the, the stream and whatnot. Shout out to anybody who's a part of the Patreon, anybody who also donated by way of Cash App as well. Shout out to all of the awesome moderators. Much love, respect, and appreciation for doing the Lord's work day in and day out, both seen and unseen. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And thank y'all for sticking out with me for the long haul of this great grand journey that is not over yet. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Maybe I think because I'm contemplating possibly doing it depending on how everything is running the setup. I may do a live stream with the Xbox showcase that's happening Sunday. So just to switch it and to do something a little bit different. So we'll probably do something like that and go over some of the games that they'll have listed. I may even do a video talking about the state of play dealing with PlayStation. May happen to do that. Saw a few games that I was all right with. Not going to buy like the whole thing they got up there, but I saw a few things directly up there. So, like I said, we got a variety of different content coming directly up. So we will see what is going to take place. I'm a little bit confused on that. Hack said, "I watch your Xbox stream." Hey, all right, I got you. Like I said, it don't even matter if it's only like 5 of us there. I'm still doing it. I'm just trying. I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to have it. I'll probably have it in both formats just to make it simpler. For folks directly up out there. Man, I think I might have to use OBS for that though. I think. Like I said, I'll figure it out. I'll figure how I'm going to do it. I might have to run like 2 different things, and it might be delayed. I don't know. But yeah, we'll figure it out though. We'll figure it out. Mo said, "Go relax, eat some salmon." This man, it was all. You almost had me. Well, I was about to read the whole statement, then I got to the last part, and I was like, "Classic Mo." And classic Mo style. Let me tell you, classic Mo style. That man almost had me. Almost got me. I was about to read up the whole thing. Let me tell you. Oh man. Tibby said, "I didn't watch the state of play. I missed it." Yo, Tibby, you gotta go watch it. It was pretty interesting. Yo, what is up, D Money? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on, good sir? What is happening? What is happening? But yeah, I was sitting up there telling folks before I was about to leave out that probably might do like a short video directly on the state of play because I sat there and watched that. I was technically disappointed in Sony with that because I expected a lot more versus what it is that they showed off, and the disrespect towards Wolverine is crazy. I'm like, all right, so you showed off the Wolverine video, cool, but then you only gave us like a few minutes of that. But then when it came to God of War, it was like, all right, we're about to make this into a movie. I'm like, huh? I'm like, that's disrespectful. I'm like, dog, this is your first Wolverine game and probably what God knows how long, and you ain't really giving no type of shine. I'm like, all right. I don't really got no faith in that Wolverine. If Sony ain't willing to sit up there and put the same time that they put in the God of War into like that IP, I don't got no faith in it. I don't got no faith in it. Let me tell you. I did read your comment, Tip. You be saying this every single time. And I said that you can find it directly online, Tippy. I told you. And then Tippy gonna be like, nah, read the other comment. There is no other comment, Tippy. Let me tell you. I read the Bruce Lee comment and I read the Miss State of Play comment. I read everything, Tippy. So I'm gonna be claiming that I don't be reading. That I be overlooking comments. Crazy work. Crazy work. This man, what his soul say through picking and choosing? That's crazy. Shauna said, low key, won't mind LOL. Oh, what you talking about for what, a PlayStation? You talking about for what, the PS5 or PS6? What is it? You said I'm cool on Chinese food, don't want no other types of meat up in there. No Rottweiler egg food, yo. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Tippy said, yes, it is. Tippy said, stay hydrated. Wait, stay hydrated on what? I'm confused. Wait. Oh man. I had to go back and reread what Shauna was talking about. I'm like, hold on. Wait, let me read this comment and now I gotta go back up to Mo's comment because I gotta figure out what part of the comment are we even talking about. Okay. Stay hydrated one. Okay, you're talking about the salmon. I got you. that was throwing me off. I'm like, oh man. I'm like, this is too early for this. It's too early. It's too early, let me tell you. So let me go back into the I'm highly confused now. I don't even oh man, I don't even know what's happening. I don't even know what's happening. But that Wolverine, that Wolverine game is dope. Let me tell you. Wolverine game is pretty dope. It's a lot of stuff there. It's a lot of stuff there. Let me tell you. If anybody is a gamer, check out these games. When it deals with the Xbox showcase that is coming directly up. Let me tell you. Let me say. I'm going to just state that Shauna is talking about the salmon, talking about cooking food. I agree. Food is great. Food is very great. It's very healthy. You know, only Mo. Like I said, this is all Mo's fault. Anytime. If I can't sit up there and blame Gail or Tippy, gotta blame Mo. Let me tell you. Shout out to Skynet as well too. Let me see. WC. I gotta keep moving. WC said, I don't remember the last time I've been in a Asian establishment. It was well before the pandemic. Okay, I got you. So you're saying that you've been doing the boycott for a while? Yeah. A few people online been saying the exact same thing too. Got Chester up here laughing in the comment section at Shauna. Oh my goodness. But yeah, a lot of folks online said the same thing. I think we even had some people during the live stream that said the exact. Actually, no, I'm sorry, not during the live stream, but underneath one of my videos in the comment section, I think I had some women saying the exact same thing too. So you're not the only one. You are not the only one. D-Money said, I think that Wolverine will be decent. I'm looking forward to God of War. Yeah, God of War looks nice. I would give them credit on the fact that it didn't go on the whole trope of the woman being weak. She automatically started off fighting. I'm like, all right, y'all got my attention. You didn't go with the stereotype and how y'all normally move with a lot of these games. directly up out here. So I respect that. Like I said, she had a little bit of difficulties with her powers. You knew that she has some strong kind of powers. And it's slightly detailed how the storyline was going to go. And it technically said that Kratos' wife is not gone in a sense because it's almost teetering on the aspect of that she could potentially phase in and out of like dimensions in a sense, even though whatever gateway that she came through is specifically closed. Now, if the gateway is open, she could have maybe potentially went back, but I'm not. Did they burn? Did they give her like a ceremonial like burning funeral? I'm not even sure. So like maybe she could potentially return to her body, but then it's like if that's then the case, then everything that Kratos did before was in a sense for like I said, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how they're gonna do the story on that. I'm not. I'm not actually too sure. Not actually sure. But yeah, it does look nice though. I will give them that. And they also got Huey from the boys or Dennis Quaid's son as one of the voice actors for one of the characters in the story. So like I said, it should be fairly interesting. It should be fairly interesting. So they did have a burning ceremony for it. Yeah. So like I said, I don't know how that would work out. But then also in one instance, you saw Kratos show up and basically give her a hand. So I'm not sure if that was like from her mind, like a construct from her mind, or if that might have been technically him sort of kind of in a like I said, it's weird. It's weird. And then on top of that, it looks like it's in like an Asian like pantheon. While at the same time, I think people said that it was like Egyptian, which is weird because I'm like, I don't remember like in a sense dragons heavily being there when it talks about like Egypt. Now if you were talking about like South America, where it's like stuff like that, I get it. But Brandon World set up and said like one of the names that they listed was that of an Egyptian god. So I guess that's where they went. They went to Egypt. And like I said, it's pretty much for me, I feel like it's gonna play. I mean, if Kratos were to come there, it's gonna play out like every other God of War. Kratos is gonna come there. He's going to have problems with the gods. He's going to tear through because he's Kratos. He's going to tear through every other pantheon. Can't nobody do nothing with him. And then he's going to carry on to the next pantheon. Like I said, as soon as I saw the original God of War, like 1, 2, and 3, I already knew what it was going to be. If they go to any other pantheon, they're just going to make sure that he's just like unstoppable. Like nobody can just do anything with him. Like that's it. He'll be the only god in existence, or something like that, like something crazy, or it'll be to the point where he's going through every pantheon and destroyed it, but he has the power to basically set everything right or to bring everything back. But it takes for him to basically sacrifice that in order to do it, or something like that. Like I said, it's something crazy. Like I said, I would not be too surprised and or shocked. Oh, now Gail comes directly in. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, Shauna, the moment in time that comments start rolling directly through, the main ones that be sitting up there starting stuff up, Gail, Mo. I think we had like Kia directly in there at one time. You had Nene and what like I said, just a whole bunch, like throwing everything completely side. Throwing everything side. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Tippy said, with all those powers people have on God of War, why not bring her back to life? Like I said, I don't know. Maybe plot armor, a plot hole or something like that. Gail said, burning. Who burning? You burning? Said that's crazy. that's, that's wild. Nah, ain't nothing like that. We're talking about the story for the new God of War. Well, people were telling me about you know the previous, I guess you could say, the wife or whatever, um when she ended up basically losing her life or whatnot or whatever. They gave her a proper burial and went that way. D Money said, yeah, it's like her story runs alongside with Kratos' story starting from her funeral. Okay, okay. I got you. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. We will see how that goes. Like I said, I feel like it'll do okay. Will it do normal God of War numbers? I'm not too sure. And again, when you deal with a lot of the white dudes out here where they're like, yo, get this woke madness, this DEI. So we'll see how that works. Like the moment in time that's really about close to coming out, we'll see what all of the white content creators got to say about it, what they'll be trying to push and whatnot. So like I said, we didn't had other games come out where women were at the forefront, didn't go so well. The only thing that I know that they're not going to be saying nothing about is probably Tomb Raider. They're not going to talk bad about that. Sham was like, LMAO. What is it? Cody said Asian business owners will welcome the boycott. Theft will plummet. No cap. You're doing the stereotypical thing where you feel that black people are just sitting up there robbing Asians, I guess. But the moment in time that we had these boycotts where black people like, hey, we ain't going to Walmart, we're not going to Myers and all these other places no more. Yeah, we saw who was actually doing the theft. And magically people didn't want to report that um online. And also the craziest part is I know people who work directly with stores and when it deals with shoplifting and the people who are doing it ain't black, but you can't tell nobody nothing. Like I said, it's crazy to have insider information and to be able to see the demographics who are out here stealing, and then people still want to bring up the, oh yeah, it's the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks. You got towns or cities out here that are in the higher percentiles of white, and then you got either 1.3 or less percent black, and then you still got white people saying like, oh yeah, all the crime is coming from the blacks. The 0.3% of the blacks that's in this town or city or state, like yeah, all of the crime is coming from them. What? The belief system that y'all got is crazy. That is crazy. Sham was like, don't nobody be stealing out of them fleet market built stores. Uh, Most of that is cost pennies. It's cheap Asian stuff. Tippy said, black people, please stick to boycott. When GTA comes out, don't buy it. Video games are majority Asian owned companies, right? Well, we're dealing with Rockstar. Rockstar is here. So that's different. Made in America. Sham said the people who steal out of those stores are the ones they don't be watching. The main shoplifters, white women. Like I said, I got videos of white women sitting up there shoplifting, even at small white businesses. And I'm like, and y'all still be talking about that it's black people stealing from y'all. I'm like, this is crazy. Like a woman had a whole camera of a privileged white woman came up there with a shopping bag before the woman who owns it is at the register. Privileged white woman, older, she came directly up there on camera and she's just putting a whole bunch of like homemade bread and all this other type of stuff directly in her bag. And then when a woman finally came to the register, she was like, hey, how are you doing? So did you find everything that you wanted to buy? And she was like, yeah. And then once the woman probably figured that the jig was up or that she was found out, she dropped the bag and she was like, oh, I gotta go to the car and I have to get my wallet or my purse. She dropped that bag, went to that car, and she left. And like I said, that was a privileged woman because she was driving a very nice vehicle. She wasn't walking on foot, walking around the corner to some type of box, some refrigerator box. It was a very privileged older white woman that got money. Like I said, that's crazy. It's crazy how people who got money and who white are kleptomaniacs. Just like stealing, just be taken for no reason. That is wild. Shauna said, no, it's actually the white women, the white women. Gail said, the fiercest shoplifters I ever seen was college age white girls. I thought the crackhead boosters were held till I went to college. They ain't got ish on them white girls. Yeah, white girls, they be about their life of stealing. Like I said, I done seen them in Bath and Body Works. They'll be sitting up there, even like the samples, they be trying to like run off with those. I'm like, what are y'all doing? And then if it's not still in the samples, they will spray so much of the sample, you would have thought that they brought the product. I'm like, dog, did you take a bath today? Like, why you got to spray so much of that directly on, and now you walking around as if nothing happened? Like, you technically stole, like you overused that sample. You might as well pay for that sample. I'm like, yo, that's wild. That is 1,000% wild. D Money said Timmy be tripping. Sham said, when I worked in the grocery store in high school, what the main person still in teenagers with white kids or white trailer park trash. Timmy said in California, I think you can take anything up to 950 without getting arrested. That's crazy. But like I told people before, and this is the thing that I want people to understand, when it deals with shoplifting, the reason why shoplifting is so heavily prevalent is because they make more money off of people actually stealing than they actually do selling the merchandise. Because you got to remember, everything in that store is insured up to a certain limit. So all they have to do at the end of the year, they can just cut their losses and just make some claims, but like, hey, we lost this amount of money, and they get like a check or whatever cut directly to them. So, like I said before, they make hand over fist money. So they make money on one end when it deals with selling merchandise, and then they make money when people steal the merchandise because the money is insured. Like I said, realistically, it's a racket. This is why when you look at a lot of these businesses, think about why they never hire privatized police. Of course, yeah, it will cost money, but in comparison to the amount that gets stolen every single day, week, and month and year, yeah, it's pennies. But they never hire armed security because then that'll actually scare away the thieves, which they need in order to get that money from the insured merchandise that they're going to steal. So the thieves make money because they can steal it and then they can resell it. The store makes money because everything is directly insured, and then they're going to get a check cut, and then the store still makes money because they can come through and they can sell the merchandise as is. And technically, there's another way the store can make money too, but my brain is everywhere at this time. So, but I'm pretty sure y'all get what where I'm going with this. Sham was like, "LOL, they steal so many candles out of Bath and Body Works. They never steal no soap." Yeah, that's true. I ain't never seen that. All like when it's like some, I don't even think I seen them still like shampoos. But when it deals with like soap, not even deodorant, as a matter of fact, when it deals with like perfumes or anything that smells good, or candles, maybe sort of kind of. But when it deals with like sprays, oh yeah, they snatching those. They snatching those real quick. Gail sent up here laughing. Tippy said, can you buy staples at a low price? Tippy, I feel like that's a joke, and I'm just not getting what that joke is. I swear to goodness, because I remember that from like a commercial. As soon as you said staples at a low price, I remember the advertisement and the commercial. I swear to goodness. I swear to you. Shauna said, so that's what Walmart do? Yeah, a lot of them do it. They make hand over fist when it deals with a lot of this money because they get paid both ways. D Money said, so you're saying I should steal a new TV? Nah. Not at all, sir. Not at all. But they will have sales when it deals with like Cyber Monday and the New Year. Even right now, I think Walmart or whoever within, I think they might have had something recently. I say check out because again, we got Juneteenth. That's a national holiday, and people are like, hey, we want the blacks here. So look for some sales during Juneteenth. You may happen to capture some directly online because they're like, hey, we're going to throw some out here for the black dollar. We may not like the blacks, but we like the dollar. So they'll do that. So you may see something. Shauna said it's a terrible cycle. Bars, 100% bars. Timmy said, I remember a story you did of a white couple hiring black boys. Hispanic boys were stealing for them, and then they turned that into a business. Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. That was so far back. That was so far back. I would have to like really look through my other hard drive to try to find that one. I really have to look through there. If I even have that typed in correctly, because I would just have to look through a whole bunch of folders. Tippy says, see, he don't be reading my comments fully. I do read your comments, Tippy. I do. This woman, let me. Oh, you said samples. It looked like you said staples. Let me tell you something, Tippy. Let me go back up. Okay, you're right. You got me. You did say samples. I told you my mind be like, as soon as I read something, it's like I automatically see something completely different. I thought you were talking about Staples. I swear to goodness. That's why I told you the advertisement came directly. I saw the whole commercial. I said, yo, I kid you not. I kid you not, man. I kid you. If you look up Staples, you look up their commercials, and you look at what you wrote, it fits right there. I swear. I swear to you. OLED in the future? Yeah. Tomorrow for let me see what else we got. Said samples to be said. Da, da, da. Chester said it's times what times $2 delineate from them. Yeah, that's bars. That's bars. Um, what is it? Tippy said white couple made millions until they got caught. Yep. Tippy up here laughing. You might laughing at Shauna. Shauna said, where your mind at? Technically it's everywhere. At this moment. Because like I said, I guess like pretty much at this moment, this is more so like the relaxed type of area in a sense. Technically just rolling back. Preparing myself to, probably go eat some food and probably play some games or whatever. Like I said, probably go on some Path of Exile 2 or maybe some Diablo, something like that. Because, like I said, I'm gonna put together a lot of the stuff that we talked about here. I'll just put that together in some other videos just in case. Because, like I said, a lot of people don't get notifications for the live streams or anything like that. So, I'll have that as a standalone video, probably about closer to 12. Yeah, because it's like 7, so I'll probably just let the rest of the live stream just go up until 12, and then by then we'll have the standard videos directly up there. Timmy said, making excuses. I didn't add a T to samples. How you missed that? And you wear prescription glasses. It be like that, Tippy, when you wear glasses. Let me tell you. And also, being a conspiracy theorist, like you see stuff where there's not anything, and then where there is something, you may see nothing. Like I said, it's crazy out here. Mo said, you know what? Mo almost had me. Mo almost had me. You almost had me. And then my brain was like, he's on another one. My brain was like, don't do it. Don't do it. Like I said, the mind is working. The mind is working. Shauna said, okay, or something else. This woman. See now you starting up like what was it like yelling them? See, bad habits out here, folks. This is not what we condition or condone people to go directly into bad habits. We don't do that here. That was maybe, 5 years ago. When we were in a whole different space. At a whole different timeline. Today we're good, great American people talking about the problems, the ills of society. Tippy said I wear glasses too. When the last time you done worn glasses, Tippy? I ain't never in my life. Never in my life. Gail was like, did I miss a doppelganger? This woman, every time she be swearing that she be seeing a doppelganger. Tippy said maybe he needs to do what Mo said. That's crazy. Wow, Tippy, that's what we're doing. That's crazy. Everybody out here. Louder said prescription glasses have a medicine in them. Wait, what? I guess you mean like the prescription itself, I guess. I mean, within that, yeah, I see the point. But other than that, I'm like, wait, that just threw me off. I'm like, wait a minute. Hamster just completely fell directly off the wheel. But yeah, let me tell you. Tippy said, really? Like I said, that's the thing that threw me up. I mean, I think what Louder is talking about is the prescription that they give you, which is the lenses and the glasses to correct your vision in a sense. That's crazy. Tippy said I got to do some research on that. You might be right. Yeah, I think I get what he's saying directly on the prescription thing. So, like I said, I'm not saying that he's incorrect. It just threw me, directly off. Like, it's sometimes when people sit up and tell you some stuff, it's like, and then you got to really think about. I'm like, never thought about it like that. So I'm like, yeah. Yes, indeed. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation again to any and everybody that's been a part of this stream, been a part of the conversation. Again, we've been going for about like 4 hours and 18 minutes, even though the last potential hour has just been random, sort of kind of. That's crazy. Bad happens directly out here. Bad happens directly out here. Let me tell you something. So this man said 3 phone books. That's crazy. Shauna said, I agree. That's crazy. So, oh, wait, it is the weekend, right? I don't even keep track of days right now. So yeah, happy Friday to everybody. Go out there and barbecue, cook some food or whatnot. Potentially Uber Eats some food that are not on the boycott list. Like I said, if you got some black, spots directly up out there that know how to fry up some good fish or, some barbecue or something like that, by all means, cash them out. Just throw racks, directly out there. Spend within your means. Go out there and catch a movie, catch up on some anime, spend time with family, chill and relax, with yourself if you may have like a day off and or a vacation or, like Pink, she just went in to work. So, hopefully those that are going to work or at work the same way that you arrived at work, I want you to arrive the exact same way back home, which is safe and sound, completely healthy, and, and everything of the sort. And again, thank y'all for, being here with me. Shout out to all, 50 people that was directly up here. Chester said, fixins in Detroit. Mo, that's crazy. This man said your Uber driver will be Asian. That's crazy. That is crazy. Tippy said game stream. Tippy said, stay longer. It's Friday. Give a long stream. I'm paraphrasing words right now because I'm looking at how things are written. So, and Tippy's gonna be like, see, you didn't fully read my comment. I did. I paraphrased it on purpose. paraphrased it on purpose. And Gail was like, Mo, you wild. I'm shocked that you're just now catching on to the conversations that was happening here, Gail. It's been happening for a minute. It happened for a minute, let me tell you. Sonny said, I have to go and do some Stop the Asian Hate. That's crazy. Yo, that's wild out here. That's crazy. But yeah, shout out to y'all. Thank y'all for for the time and attention that y'all allowed me directly into y'all lives. And I will have some more videos directly up there for you guys and some other live streams. Don't quote me on that, but we will have some other live streams as well too. What did he say? I never tried Asian fried chicken. A black man taught them how to make it. My tribe. Oh, you talking about like double fried? I mean, you got black folks out here that been doing that as well too. Where you just like let it sit for a minute and then you put it back in there to get that extra crisp and crunch directly upon there. Shauna said, "Thank you, no problem. Much love, respect, and appreciation." Tippy said, "So it's not Asian fried chicken; it's just fried chicken. Yeah, it's just in a sense double fried chicken." Shauna said, "For the entertainment." Hilarious. Hilarious. You guys are funny. No problem. No problem. No problem. Like I said, I feel like I've been laughing more directly at y'all than y'all been laughing directly at the stuff that I've been saying. You know. So like I said, thank y'all for the entertainment. Because like I said, you already know how it is. It's tough directly out here in these streets. And especially dealing with a lot of this, different stuff and whatnot or whatever. So, laughing is a great thing. Tippy said, had to correct myself, LOL. Yeah, of course you did, Tippy. Sonny said, the secret is dog oil. What? What does dog oil do with anything? D Money said, because mom makes the worlds go round. Yeah, that's bars. And I added an S to everything. Lord have mercy. As soon as I saw mods, the S just went everywhere else. Crazy work. Tippy said, I'm about to watch an Asian recap drama, LOL. Those I can't boycott, of course. Of course, Tiffy. You just had to be the one. We're talking about boycotts this whole time, and you're like, you know what? These K dramas, I can't drop these. I have to watch these. I'm addicted. Of course, Tiffy. Of course. This is see, Tiffy. This is exactly why you don't got the PS5 right now. Can't stay on task. Let me tell you something. Chest up here laughing. Tippy said, people talk about black people problems, but have y'all seen those cutthroat Asian dramas? So he said, that's what they use to fry chicken. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Now, technically, I didn't seen recycled oil. I've seen that, being used where you got like the woman going directly out to the garbage can and pulling oil directly out of the garbage. I'm like, dog, what is you doing? I'm like, that is not how you do that. I'm like, nah, brother, that's not good. It's not good. D Money said, wait, so I have to boycott anime too. Hey, like I said, however, there's ways to sit up there, and again, this is not Sejihito condoning legal activities, but there are ways to watch animes directly up out there. Again, this is not me condoning any type of negative behaviors that people decide to do at all. I'm just stating that people watch animes a variety of ways. But yeah, this is however people do it. If people specifically have like subscriptions, they can opt to not have a subscription or to do whatnot or whatever, you know. But like I said, we'll just have to see over time like how everything will go. Tippy said them Asians going through it. D Money said, oh yeah, got that one. Chester said best friend chicken wings. That's the man's best friend chicken wings is where I'm gonna put it. Sonny said stray dog. That's crazy. Chester laughing. Tippy said, I didn't play Ghost of. Wait, what? Mima She? You just completely. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness, Tippy. Let me tell you something. And the crazy part is, I know exactly the game that she's talking about, and I can't even give you the pronunciation because how Tippy wrote that is so crazy. Oh, Ghost of Tsushima. I got you. I know what you're talking about. Oh my goodness, this woman right here. This man Mo in the comment section. Let me tell you, I caught that one ahead of time. Tippy said joking. D Money said, oh, okay, I got you. Yep. That is that's one avenue that people happen to use. Not gonna mention that here because got listening ears. Sonny said, tell the kids we got anime at home and put on What's Love Got to Do with It. That's crazy. It's just Tippy for laughing. I don't know what Moby up here talking. I may be talking wild. Let me tell you, it's the weekend. So Tippy said, just read it. Nah, Tippy. Trying to sit up there and cause problems out here. We ain't about to read nothing, Tippy. Trying to cause problems. Let me see. It's always Tippy. Always Tippy trying to get people in trouble. Then y'all got like Shauna in here too. Let me tell you, that's just all types of behavior all over the place. We're wholesome Christians. Oh. Shauna was like, but if you gotta do what you gotta do, that's crazy. That is crazy. We are Christians in here, Shauna. We are Christians. That's wild. That's wild. What was it? Mo said you gotta go cold turkey if it's for a good cause. It's crazy. Tippy said, can you hold off on a boycott? I didn't play Ghost of Mishima. This woman still, I swear you typing that incorrect. Matter of fact, you didn't play Enjoy as well, Tippy. You did. This man D Money. That's crazy. Tippy didn't even play Enzoya, and she was supposed to get like a computer or a PS5 in order to play that. I think they got that for like $35. Tippy won't be able to play it. Let me tell you, should have got it before this happened. Tippy, you would have been all right. It's a shame. No Enzoy for you. No updated Sims 5 because EA ain't going to give you Sims 5. It's all bad. Tippy be like that though. But yeah, I catch y'all on the flip side though. Let y'all have directly at it. And I'll see y'all in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.